So welcome everyone to this workshop on the transmission of knowledge in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. I'm not going to introduce myself since you all know me. I'm Sabrina Inovlotsky, and together with Mo Hajbi today, we have the pleasure of opening what we hope will be a very rich and stimulating day of conversation, even though it's by Zoom, and it's not quite the format we had hoped for. Before anything else, I want to express deep gratitude to institutions and individuals whose generosity made this workshop possible. And of course, as it was meant to be in person, their generosity was supposed to be put at work. But now we are on Zoom, but I want nevertheless to express gratitude publicly and acknowledge their support. So first of all, this event is hosted under the auspices of the Israel Institute for Advanced Studies at Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And we are, of course, enormously grateful to its director, Professor Itzhak Chen, for his warm and unwavering support. The workshop is also held under the auspices of the ISF-funded research project Josephus Christianus, which is Moshe Blitzstein's and my project about the reception of Josephus in the Greek-speaking world from late antiquity, early Christianity to the end of the Byzantine times. We are additionally grateful for the generous support of the Diamond Chair in Jewish Law and Ethics at the University of British Columbia, and we wish to thank especially Professor Greg Gardner personally for his backing and enthusiasm. Josh, we're counting on you to transmit those thanks. And finally, I want to thank warmly Anatia Gil and Kazida Moza Fransman for their help in organizing and coordinating. Now, of course, they had doubled the job because they had to book and help coordinate, and then they had to cancel everything, so they worked harder than usual, I suppose. So this workshop has a double origin, and I want to come back to this and say a word about both. So the first one is personal and professional, and it grew out of an invitation extended to our friend and colleague Josh Timmerman to present work in the framework of the project Josephus Christianus. So that invitation quickly revealed how much larger the questions obviously are, questions that reach well beyond Josephus into the very mechanism by which knowledge moves, survives, transforms, and authorizes itself across centuries and cultures. Josh's presence today, opening our proceedings as plenary speaker, remains the seed from which everything else has grown, and I want to thank you, Josh, for this. The second origin is one that carries a shadow. Many of you will know that Itzhak Chen had organized a conference on the transmission of knowledge that was to have taken place at the Hebrew University, and that was canceled because of the 7th of October. So this workshop is in part a modest attempt to recover at least something of the intellectual momentum that was interrupted then, and to honor the scholarly conversations that were postponed. That it is Itzhak himself who is with us today as our closing speaker makes this feel all the more meaningful. So the workshop was originally conceived as an in-person gathering, as you have now understood, and we were all looking forward to meet around a table. And when I say table, talking about conversations and food, but obviously that is impossible, and we had to cancel our plans. But it was very important to Mor and me not to let that stand in the way and not to interrupt the thing we were here to discuss, which is the transmission of knowledge across time, adversity, and distance. For we meet at a moment when the transmission of knowledge can no longer be taken for granted, when the institutions and individuals that make scholarship are under pressure, both here and abroad. Studying how knowledge survived, traveled, and was transformed across late antiquity and the early Middle Ages is not then merely an antiquarian exercise. The question of what gets preserved, by whom, at what cost, turns out to be an urgent one. We therefore made the decision to move to Zoom. And what has begun as a necessity has turned into a gift because we can now welcome more people to attend this workshop and to extend it to an international crowd and a bigger audience than an in-person meeting would have allowed. So since the workshop was originally conceived as an in-person event, it was scheduled according to the Israeli working week, which begins on Sunday, And although we have moved to Zoom, we have kept that structure. So we are doubly grateful to our speakers and audience today, not only for joining across time zones, but for giving up Sunday rest to be with us. And we hope that whatever the hour and wherever you are, it turns out to be a nice way to spend your Sunday. I also want to acknowledge something that is easy to overlook when you see the list of names on the program. So this gathering has required extraordinary goodwill from our speakers. As I said, we are spread across multiple time frames. So it's a genuine sacrifice of sleep and convenience. Josh is speaking from Vancouver in the middle of the night. So thank you again. We are more grateful than we can say, Josh. Graham Barrett, Josh Werrett, who will be there in a moment, have been up since very early hours in Durham. And Letizia Ciccolini from Paris, Scott Bruce in a few hours. And even those in Israel, Yaniv, Yakir, who will join us a little bit later. Itzik, thank you for being here. So about the program. Late antique and early medieval intellectual history has long explained the movement of knowledge through institutions, libraries, schools, scriptoria, archives. I would know something about it since my next book, forthcoming soon, is on Caesarea and its library in particular. The papers gathered today ask a different set of questions. What happens when those institutions are absent, inaccessible, or contested, or not really talked about? What within a text itself performs the work of transmission? How do writers and readers create the conditions under which a claim, a tradition, or an idea becomes stable enough to carry forward across linguistic, confessional, and temporal boundaries? To explore these questions, we have assembled a remarkable group of scholars. Josh Timmerman will open with his plenary paper with a lot of parentheses. Flavius Josephus, as a Jewish father of the Catholic Church in the Latin early Middle Ages. Yanni Fox will follow with transmitting the ineffable, Gregory I and the problem of exegetical knowledge transfer. Yakir Paz will speak about sourcing the Egyptian sorcerers, Jannes and Jambres in 3 rabbinic traditions. Then we will take a break. Moore will present her paper, Augustine's Anti-Apocalyptic Theology Between Adaptation and Rejection. Then Graham on the literacy of imperfect knowledge, text and transmission in late antiquity. And Josh Werrett, a colleague of mine also, the transmission of alchemical literature in early Byzantine era. The afternoon session will open with Scott Bruce, so we will have time to have lunch. Whoever wants to stay online and speak and have a conversation talk is welcome to do so. So we will open the afternoon session with Scott Bruce on A Patriarch's Purchase, the transmission and reception of the writings of Gregory Nazianzus in the early medieval West, followed by Letizia Ciccolini on optimizing the use of a handbook, the structuring of Augustine's Enchiridion in late antique and medieval manuscripts. Itzik will close the conversation by putting all these papers in relation with each other. So taken together, these papers range across Greek, Latin, Hebrew, and Syriac traditions, from Egypt to Iberia, from the 1st century to the 10th and beyond. What unites them is a shared curiosity about how knowledge acquires the authority and the portability it needs to survive, and what it becomes in the process of doing so. We are very much looking forward to finding out together over the course of the day. And I will now give the floor to our friend Josh, whom I will briefly present. So Josh is the author of a new book, In the Footsteps of the Ancient Fathers, the Construction and Use of Patristic Authority in the Carolingian Era, published last year as part of Brill's Receptio Patristica series. His other studies are primarily concerned with the Carolingian reception of late antique Latin Christian writers, in particular Augustine of Hippo and Julianus Pomerius, including, most recently, a chapter titled On the Margins of the City of God, reading and using Augustine's De Civitate Dei as Historia in the Carolingian World. And this is in a volume called Living in a Carolingian World, edited by Valerie Garver. Josh is also the co-editor with Andrew Kane and Sean Hannan of the forthcoming Festschrift volume, The Writings of Ancient Christianity, Essays in Honor of Mark Vesey, to which I had the honor of participating. He teaches courses in the Departments of History and Ancient Mediterranean and Near Eastern Studies at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada. I'm extremely happy to welcome him today, not only as a friend, but also as someone who is thinking about more or less the same questions I have been thinking about, but in a different period and in a different language. So, Josh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you very much for the excellent introduction. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
We're good. Okay. Thank you. An article by Richard Diamond was published last year in the Times of Israel under the provocative title, What Jews Have Been Missing for the Last 2,000 Years, History Forgotten and Ignored. Diamond began this article by observing, among Jewish writers of antiquity, no figure is more paradoxical than Flavius Josephus. Born in Jerusalem in 37 CE, a priest and general who defected to Rome during the Jewish revolt, Josephus occupies an uneasy place in Jewish memory. To rabbinic tradition, he was a traitor. To Christians, he became a useful background source. Yet his works, The Jewish War and Antiquities of the Jews, are the most detailed accounts of Jewish history outside the Hebrew Bible itself. Diamond's observation that to Christians, Josephus became a useful background source is certainly true, but also a considerable understatement. The German philologist Heinz Schreckenberg, one of the foremost scholars of Josephian Christian reception, went so far as to suggest that in the early Middle Ages, quote, Josephus often achieves almost the authority of a church father. More recently, the Canadian historian, good friend of mine, Richard Matthew Pollard, together with collaborators including Anne Gael Weber and Jean-Félix Aubé-Prince, have sought to test that curious possibility using empirical data that maps out Josephus's presence in early medieval manuscripts and patterns of patristic citation in early medieval texts. This type of project is of great interest to me on multiple levels. First, because of my own work is directly concerned with the conceptual notion, categorization, and the uses of the so-called church fathers in the early medieval Latin West, particularly during the Carolingian era, roughly 751 to 888 CE, of a massive increase in the creation and copying of text, hence providing a sufficient source base for empirical studies like Pollard's et al. Second, though my work has been more directly concerned with the Carolingian reception of certain late antique Christian writers like Augustine of Hippo, Gregory the Great, Julianus Pomerius, I have maintained a particular interest in Josephus and his place in Carolingian culture since collaborating with Richard Pollard for a few years in the early stages of his Latin Josephus project, an ambitious attempt to create digitized web-based versions of Josephus's works in Latin translation, transcribed from some of the earliest surviving manuscript witnesses. In light of Pollard's quantitative findings, together more generally with the wealth of excellent scholarship on Josephus reception in recent years, this paper will reflect on and problematize the categorical terms embedded in its titular question, the title of my paper, that is, before then considering some distinctive qualitative examples illustrative of how and why Josephus's works or adaptations thereof were utilized in Christian contexts in the early medieval Latin West as something like a patristic canon took shape. To be sure, this paper does not mean to be in any sense exhaustive. Rather, it is admittedly impressionistic, sketchy, anecdotal, and synthetic, drawing from and offering some reflections on path-breaking recent scholarship. My main concern will be with how late antique and early medieval Christian writers refer to Josephus, how they describe and categorize him and the texts and ideas they ascribe to him, what other kinds of writers and texts they clustered Josephus with in practice, and what those details might tell us about the particular place of Josephus in the Christian cultures of the early medieval Latin West. In other words, what I'm considering here is something like, though not strictly tied to, what Foucault termed the author function, The elastic range of ideas, discourses, and cultural affinities broadly evoked when referring to a given author's name, which may extend well beyond the actual content of that writer's authentic text. To that end, I will not be especially concerned with, save for a notable exception considered near the end of this presentation, with whether early medieval writers referring to Josephus are actually drawing from the more faithful Latin translations of his writings or from loose Christianized adaptations like Hegesippus's or pseudo-Hegesippus's so-called On the Ruin of the City of Jerusalem, the De Excidio, a probably later 4th century Latin rewriting in 5 books of Josephus's 7-book Jewish War that does not claim to be the work of Josephus himself, and yet was frequently nominally attributed to Josephus by Christian writers, particularly from the 9th century forward. I will note, though, that there have been superb recent studies on Hegesippus or pseudo-Hegesippus by, among other scholars, Carson Bay, Richard Pollard, and Jean-Félix Aubé-Prince. And in the near future, we will have Pollard and Aubé-Prince's book, To the Discredit of His Name, Josephus, Hegesippus, and the Ruin of Jerusalem in the Early Middle Ages, which aims to trace out the full extent of the De Excidio's place in the early medieval legacy of Josephus. And my special thanks to Richard for sharing with me parts of this exciting forthcoming study. Look out for that. But for today, I wish to focus on who early medieval readers thought they were reading from when they credited certain words or ideas to Josephus, and what they seemed to think of that ostensible author, read and utilized alongside other authors from different periods of the ancient Christian and or ancient Jewish past, from the Hebrew Bible to the New Testament to the post-scriptural writers called patres, fathers. Who exactly counted as the fathers and what qualified certain figures as such is not as self-evident as it may seem. I have argued that one of the most crucial components of patristic status in the early medieval West was a certain synergistic combination of verba and vitae. That is, the instructive, purportedly brilliant words or writings closely coupled with the holy lives and typically the exemplary ecclesiastical careers of the men admiringly called and grouped together as fathers of the church. This, in short, is what was meant when early medieval Christian writers insisted that they were striving to follow in veterum vestigia patrum. The Latin vestigia could mean traces, including textual traces of these writers' literary corpora, and could also mean footsteps, which is why I decided to title my recent book, In the Footsteps of the Ancient Fathers. Did early medieval followers of the Fathers think of Josephus in similar or incomparable terms? Toward hazarding an answer to that question, it is worth first considering what was known or what could be known about his vita in the early medieval Latin West. From our standpoint, the best source for learning about the life of Josephus is the life of Josephus. Indeed, what Josephus, or Yosef ben Matityahu, relates about himself, his background, his upbringing, and the circumstances of his life therein provides the essential point of departure for a modern commentator like Richard Diamond, or for any of us, to characterize Josephus as a, quote, paradoxical figure. Josephus's life, which may have been composed to accompany his 20-book Antiquities of the Jews near the end of the 1st century CE, can be read as an attempt by Josephus to reconcile the apparent contradictions in his identity. As a veteran of the defeated side of the recent Roman-Jewish war, now living and writing under Roman imperial patronage, and perhaps to try to smooth over controversies still lingering from his wartime experiences. Josephus also endeavors to demonstrate and justify his status to speak, or as it were, to write for his people, as a high-born, well-educated, prodigiously talented Jewish scholar, as this passage, for example, here on the slide, attests. Though quite short and often frustratingly lacking in clear answers to many questions that modern scholars would deeply wish to know about its author and the events he lived through, the life of Josephus is nevertheless a truly extraordinary text. It is an ancient biography, autobiography of sorts, predating by around 300 years Augustine's Confessions, which is often credited with inaugurating the Western tradition of autobiographical writing. However, unlike Josephus's other works, the Jewish War, Antiquities of the Jews, and the two-book apologetic treatise against Appian, the life of Josephus was not translated into Latin, which meant that it was effectively off limits in the early medieval West, where the ability to read competently in Greek, even among relatively well-educated people, was quite rare. So those readers had to glean information about Josephus from autobiographical passages scattered elsewhere in his work, particularly the Jewish War, where Josephus is in effect a character directly involved in the narrative that he relates. Among other parts of his real or perceived identity as an author, Josephus was a Roman writer, and specifically a Roman historian. Flavius, the adopted addition to his name, demonstrative of his connection with the Flavian imperial line, inaugurated by Vespasian and continued by Titus and Domitian, was an unambiguous marker of that Romanness, of his association with and acceptance into Rome. Even when that part of Josephus's later in life name wasn't explicitly invoked, his late antique and early medieval readers were decidedly aware of his relationship to Roman power. Steve Mason, for example, observes that some modern scholars of generations past have tended to conceptualize Josephus as, quote, in the world capital, but not of it, there by necessity, and writing from a profoundly Judean ethos. That must therefore preclude his being fully or properly Roman per se. Yet now, Mason observes, every scholar would concede that, at least in certain respects, Josephus was a Roman historian. He was a Roman citizen, he lived most of his adult life in Rome, and he wrote all of his known works there. From this perspective, he was not merely a Roman historian, but the most prolific first-century Roman author whose work has endured. Furthermore, Mason shows Josephus's major works were, at least in part, structured in the manner of and preoccupied with the normal topical concerns of Roman historia, with particular affinities to the work of Sallust. And while writing in Greek, Josephus's representation of the Greeks as being prone to pretension and artful rhetoric, but averse to truth, is largely in line with Roman cultural views. Early medieval and especially Carolingian readers interested in learning about the crucial events and key figures of the ancient past would have recognized the structural, formal, and topical similarities of Josephus's works to that of classical Roman historians, whom they may have read directly or more likely accessed through summary or synthesis in the works of Christian intermediaries like Jerome, Augustine, and Orosius. Their unimpeachably Christian texts served to quarantine, so to speak, and transmit what was useful and worthy of learning in the writings of pagan authors. Josephus, perhaps, required somewhat less caution in Christian quarantining. At least by the Carolingian era, Josephus was a relatively, though as we shall see, never completely, safe author to read and employ in service of Christian ends. Given this, it should not be entirely surprising that, as Richard Pollard has argued, Josephus seems to have been the most influential classical historian of the early Middle Ages, with pre-1000 CE manuscripts of or ascribed to be Josephus's works far outnumbering those of potential Roman rivals like Livy and Sallust. If Flavius Josephus's Romanness remained apparent to early medieval readers, his Jewishness, positioned topically front and center in all of his writings, was of still greater significance. Josephus's author function was inextricably bound up with his reputation as a Jewish historian, or as a or the historian of the Jews. Early medieval Christian writers, like Bede in his De Temporum Ratione, for example, echoed Josephus's own assertion that he was a man of noble birth and pedigree among his people, the ancient Jews, which lent his narration of biblical historical events, particularly in the earlier books of the Antiquities, a strong claim to credibility. For example, the 9th century monk Ratramnus of Corbie calls Josephus their historian, Historia Graphis Alorum, when invoking Josephus's description of the major sects of Second Temple period Judaism. Meanwhile, Josephus's role, both as the author of the Jewish War and a prominent participant in that war, heightened his status as a uniquely authoritative witness. Josephus, the Jewish military commander, turned Flavius Josephus, the Roman historian of the Jews. And because of the course of Rome's war in Judea and the Galilee, culminating with the siege of Jerusalem and the destruction of the temple, as purportedly predicted by Jesus, mattered to early medieval Christians immeasurably more than, say, the events of the Peloponnesian War or the Punic Wars. Josephus, as author and witness, mattered vastly more than, say, a Thucydides or a Polybius. Yet, as we shall see toward the end of this presentation, because Josephus's Jewishness remained ever intrinsic to his author function, it could also, at certain times, be cause for suspicion and hostility. In the century after the First Roman-Jewish War and the so-called parting of the ways, the gradual consolidation of Roman Christian culture entailed fierce rhetorical and at times literally violent battles over what should be counted as orthodoxy, right thought, and what therefore should be regarded strictly as Catholicus, universal among right-believing followers of Christ. The pointedly pluralized title of Paula Fredrickson's recent magisterial study, Ancient Christianities, the First 500 Years, is reflective of this contentious milieu, which eventually, gradually gave way to what Peter Brown termed the micro-Christendoms of the early Middle Ages. Particularly during the decades following Constantine's fateful turn to Christianity and his efforts to legislate this foreign religio into a manageable, doctrinally coherent form at Nicaea, Catholicus was a polemical claim, an argument, not merely a capital C description of a certain church or denomination. The 4th and 5th centuries were the age of the earliest ecumenical councils of an increasingly Roman state-backed ecclesia. This was a period of ongoing, often acrimonious debates over the nature and substance of Christ, the relationship of Christianity to Judaism and of the Trinity to the Jewish God, the meaning and effects of baptism, and the correct method by which to calculate the date of Easter, among many other points of controversy that divided Orthodox Catholic Christians from allegedly heretical or schismatic Christians, while at the same time reestablishing and reifying the divisions between Christians and Jews. This period, roughly from the First Council of Nicaea to the Council of Chalcedon, was also in historical hindsight the age of many of the greatest fathers of the church, the decades during which Christian writers like Ambrose, Jerome, and Augustine in the Latin West, Athanasius of Alexandria, Gregory of Nazianzus, Gregory of Nyssa, and John Chrysostom in the Greek East devoted their auspicious intellects to discerning the true tenets of the Christian faith and the, quote, right ways of interpreting sacred texts. These men often disagreed with one another, at times vociferously. But by the 9th century, if not earlier, these fathers of the church were reconceived as fundamentally concordant, positioned together in essential harmonious agreement about everything that mattered most for, quote, Catholic Christians. In this early medieval context, ancient or late antique Christian writers of more or less questionable orthodoxy, some of them lightning rods for doctrinal controversy in centuries past, could be recovered and read profitably, especially if they had been explicitly employed or implicitly endorsed by one of the major fathers. For example, in the introduction to his exegetical work, the Liber Comites, the 9th century monk Smaragdus of San Miguel listed his patristic, or what we might call patristic adjacent sources, and indicated among them, and included among them, Origen and even the notorious heresiarch Pelagius, whose commentaries on the Pauline letters had been carefully quarantined back in the 6th century by Cassiodorus and his group of monastic scholars at Bavarium. Origen and Pelagius, Smaragdus warned, must be approached cautiously, as if reducing powerful rivers and whirling eddies of the sea into moderate currents. Though in this passage, Josephus was not one of the authors named by Smaragdus, this type of approach, advising caution toward, but still making use of, quote, non-orthodox authorities, effectively sanctioned, salvaged, or defanged by definitely Orthodox authorities, opened up space for Josephus's influence and author function to continue to expand and deepen in the differently Catholic Carolingian world. The last parenthetical qualifier in the title of my presentation is Latin, and that is because Josephus wrote in Greek. In the preface to the Jewish War, Josephus mentions that he composed an earlier version of that work in his, quote, paternal tongue, possibly Hebrew, more probably Aramaic, but that text is lost. Most readers' encounters with more or less Josephine texts in the early medieval West would have been via translation. As I have noted, there was no Latin version available of the life of Josephus. The case of the other three works and what is meant when we speak of the, quote, Latin Josephus is complicated, though it needn't detain us too long today. As Carson Bay has explained in a recent study, the Latin Josephus accessible to early medieval readers included the translations of the 20-book Antiquities of the Jews and the 2-book Against Appian, commissioned by Cassiodorus in the mid-6th century. Cassiodorus knew that Josephus's Jewish War had already been translated into Latin. In fact, 2 very different Latin iterations of the Jewish War, both probably completed in the later 4th century, exist. One being a fairly literal, faithful translation, the other the much looser adaptation from 7 books into 5, known as the De Excidio, eventually credited, especially from the 9th century forward, to Hegesippus, or from the perspective of modern scholars, pseudo-Hegesippus. It was mistakenly believed by some readers that Ambrose of Milan had created a Latin translation of the Jewish War, which seems to be why the De Excidio was often misattributed to Ambrose, one of the core Latin church fathers. Meanwhile, the more literal 4th century translation of the Jewish War was sometimes attributed to Rufinus of Aquileia, who had indeed translated and continued Eusebius of Caesarea's ecclesiastical history, including passages from Josephus's works that Eusebius had inserted into his history. But beyond these excerpts, there is no evidence that Rufinus had separately translated Josephus into Latin. Nevertheless, these hazy associations, however erroneous from our perspective, with Ambrose, Rufinus, Jerome, and Eusebius, created the conditions for a loose association of Josephus with the Fathers in the early medieval Latin West, where, to be sure, the misattribution of text and misidentification of authors were far from limited to the convoluted case of the Latin Josephus. Before moving on to the question of where Josephus fits among the fathers of the church, and even perhaps whether he should be counted as a kind of father, we should consider, if only briefly today, how he fits in the text of the late Roman Latin Christian writers later categorized as patristic authorities. Thankfully, we have with us here today someone far more expert on that, Dr. Sabrina Inalaki, who has done excellent work on the topic of Josephus and patristic literature, including an article of that title. In extrapolating Inalaki's insights, along with other recent scholarship on this topic, it seems fair to say that uses of Josephus in early Christian texts through what we might call the high patristic period of the late Christian Roman Empire established certain key precedents for the early medieval uses of his work, namely for the purposes of biblical exegesis, for information or corroboration in writing about history, and also for adversus Judaeus rhetoric. 3 not mutually exclusive applications of Josephus's works and or author function, to which I will return shortly in surveying some Carolingian era examples. Inalaki terms the uses of Josephus by Ambrose and Augustine superficial, content to mention him by name without really using his work. But that tendency, too, would stand as an important precedent of sorts for early medieval Christian writers who invoked Josephus, relying on his generally understood author function to do a certain kind of discursive work for them. The influence of the historically corroborative uses of Josephus by, for example, Augustine, Orosius, and later and more substantially Isidore of Seville, can be traced forward more substantially still, to Friedrich of Lisieux's 9th century Universal Historia. And however superficial, the invoking of Josephus by Ambrose, for instance, to flesh out details of geographical features mentioned in the book of Genesis, would reappear in the pervasively patristic uh, biblical exegesis of Alcuin of York and especially Rabanus Maurus, among numerous other Carolingian commentators. Perhaps the most enduringly significant invocation of Josephus by one of the eventual major Latin church fathers is Jerome's entry in his De Viris Illustribus. Here, Jerome concisely recounts key moments in Josephus's tumultuous life and literary career, in effect establishing his credentials for inclusion before transitioning to a version of the Testimonium Flavianum, the attestation concerning Jesus allegedly derived from Josephus's Antiquities. This use of Josephus as ostensible non-Christian witness to Christ was fundamental to the unique significance of Josephus for late antique and early medieval Christian cultures. Tellingly, Josephus is one of very few writers included by Jerome who was not, from Jerome's perspective, a Christian. Josephus is preceded 2 chapters earlier in the De Viris Illustribus by Philo of Alexandria, who had died when Josephus was an adolescent. This inclusion of Philo, together with Josephus, as first century CE Jews of special importance for Christian literary history, despite their not having become followers of Jesus, would also linger on in early medieval Christian imagination. For example, Bede refers in his De Temporum Ratione to what Philo and Josephus clearly teach with regard to the correct time for celebrating Passover as per Mosaic law. Later, Rabanus Maurus, drawing heavily from Bede in his De Computo, would repeat this dual reference verbatim. Along with the Roman statesman turned Christian scholar Cassiodorus, who famously called Josephus almost a second Livy. Similarly, Jerome had called Josephus a Greek Livy, and whose role in directing Latin translations of Josephus I have already briefly touched on. Bede is arguably the most influential figure between the time of the late antique fathers and the Carolingians in shaping Josephus's medieval Christian legacy and the uses to which Josephus's name and author function and his text could be put. Not coincidentally, and as I've argued at length elsewhere, Cassiodorus and Bede were also 2 of the most impactful figures in establishing the category of the fathers and giving an initial shape to a patristic canon over the centuries between the dissolution of the Western Roman Empire and the age of Charlemagne. And from the perspective of Carolingian Christian intellectuals of the 9th century, arguably Cassiodorus and certainly Bede, who had died only around the year 735, were fathers themselves, suggesting that whatever exactly the category of the fathers was, it was not strictly temporally limited to the Roman imperial past. Did this putative patristic canon also extend backward then to the age of the apostles, when the authors of the New Testament itself were active? Jerome's survey of illustrious Christian writers begins with Peter and includes the other men believed to have written most of the books of the New Testament: James, Matthew, Paul, Luke, Mark, and John. These were the approximate contemporaries of Josephus in the mid to late 1st century. The picture of Christian literary history, purposefully sketched out by Jerome, includes the authors of sacred scripture together with those who would write many books that attempt to interpret and understand scripture. Over the centuries that followed after Jerome, the categories and, quote, canons of the divinely guided authors and texts of the New Testament and the fathers as authoritative experts on reading those uniquely inspired books would diverge, consequently casting Josephus into a sui generis mediating role between the qualitatively distinct authors of scripturae and patristic, extra-scriptural, and almost exclusively post-scriptural literatura. With that point in mind, let's return now to the recent attempts at assessing Josephus's place among the fathers, or perhaps even as a father, in the early Middle Ages based on different types of empirical data, as put forth by Richard Pollard in a sole-authored volume chapter in English, and a journal article he co-authored in French with Anne Gael Weber. In looking first at the handful of instances where Carolingian era writers supply lists of who they're counting as patres, Pollard, in the sole authored volume chapter in English, concedes that Josephus is nowhere to be found on such lists, appearing in texts by Alcuin of York, Rabanus Maurus, Smaragdus of Saint Mihiel, Agobard of Lyon, Florus of Lyon, and Prudentius of Toise. But Pollard intrepidly persists, this is not the end of the story with regard to testing Schreckenberg's claim that Josephus often achieves almost the authority of a church father in the early medieval West. And so Pollard proceeds to compare totals of pre-Carolingian and Carolingian era manuscripts with texts attributed to Josephus versus other more seemingly secure patristic candidates, and then maps out constellations of, quote, co-citations where Josephus is referenced in close textual proximity to authors broadly recognized as fathers. Here are some examples of the resulting charts and graphs from Richard's study. This first example is a constellation graph mapping the co-appearance of authors' texts or texts attributed to them or excerpts thereof in a selection of pre-Carolingian manuscripts. This slide shows Pollard's tables comparing manuscript quantities for prominent Christian writers plus Josephus in pre-Carolingian manuscripts included in the CLA, in early Carolingians, that is circa 750 to 800 manuscripts in the CLA, and then in 9th century Carolingian manuscripts in Bernard Bischoff's catalog. And here is a constellation graph showing nominal co-citations of authors in early medieval concentrated volumes of the Patrologia Latina, with at right the estimated numbers for individual references per author. From these innovative attempts at quantitatively measuring Josephus's place among the fathers, Pollard ultimately decides that Josephus, although widely influential in the Carolingian world, was something other than a father. Josephus, Pollard writes, retained a special authority all his own, perhaps due to his universal and long-standing recognition amongst the various churches of the world. He was therefore not a church father, but to speak fancifully, perhaps a church grandfather. Pollard also acknowledges that, quote, quantity is not quality, however, even if quantity has a quality all its own, and concludes his sole authored volume chapter with some observations of a more qualitative character. I fully agree with the sentiment, and I wish to do the same in the time that remains here. At the core of the Carolingian category of the fathers is transdiscursivity in application and harmony, or the deliberately imparted appearance of harmony, together with, as I've already suggested, the mutually reinforcing connection of exemplary lives, vitae, with instructive words and writings, verba. Fathers could be invoked individually as trusted experts on a given point of scriptural interpretation or doctrine, or referenced or referred to collectively, the Beatae Patres, a category of authority sometimes overlapping with the acta of the ecumenical church councils, but distinct from the still higher category or canon of sacred scripture. Even with Christian interpolations and rewritings of Josephus's work, he could never really be made to fit in a completely harmonious manner within the early medieval conception of a consensus patrum, so long as the fact of his Jewishness was remembered. And yet, at the same time, it was the historical fact of his particular Jewish identity, and more specifically, his contemporaneity with Christ and status as a direct historical witness to the catastrophic, destructive events that Christ had allegedly predicted, that lent Josephus's name and his author function its special currency in early medieval Christian discourse. While in practice, Josephus is not invoked or employed across as wide of a range of early medieval forms of writing, roughly what we might call genres, as are, say, Augustine or Jerome, probably the most broadly transdiscursive of fathers in terms of their Carolingian era applications, Josephus looms especially large in the areas of biblical exegesis and historical writing. Josephus is invoked in scriptural commentaries by, among numerous other Carolingian era exegetes Alcuin of York, Rabanus Maurus, Smaragdus of San Miguel, Haimo of Auxerre, and Pascasius Radbertus. Josephus is employed not only with the Christian writers typically thought of as fathers, but with a broad range of other sources toward clarification of passages in Scripture. Let's consider two interesting illustrative applications of Josephus by Alcuin of York, whose scholarly vita and written works set an influential standard for Carolingian Christian intellectuals of the 9th century. In a letter to the poet Engelbert, addressed under the nickname Homer, Alcuin, attempting to interpret God speaking to Moses through the burning bush, while reflecting on the bush's grammatical gender, invokes Josephus clustered together with Ambrose, Isidore of Seville, the late Roman grammarians Donatus and Priscian, Gregory the Great via Paterius's compilation of excerpts from Gregory, Arnobius the Younger, and Virgil. Each of these sources serves Alcuin's hermeneutical purposes. Certainly not all of them are patristic, though they're situated here in close textual proximity to a couple of the foremost Latin fathers. As another example, in Alcuin's commentary on John's Gospel, probably composed sometime after 796, Josephus is incorporated to clarify how Caiaphas purchased his priestly office. For historical contextualization of details from one of the canonical Gospels, Josephus could be used in a manner quite similar to enlisting one of the other three Gospels for the purposes of intertextual comparison or corroboration, as indeed Alcuin does here, in turning to Matthew's Gospel shortly after his reference to Josephus. Though Josephus serves as a reliable source for Alcuin, his employment of Josephus, at least in this particular case, is not very much like Alcuin's typical use of the fathers, from whom he often invisibly exerts lengthy passages of commentary into his own highly synthetic works. In fact, Alcuin is doing just that here, following Jerome's identical reference to Josephus in his commentary on Matthew. In both gospel commentaries, Alcuin on John, following the example of Jerome on Matthew, Josephus is positioned parallel to the gospel as an approximate contemporary, credibly corroborating scriptural history. It is in the singularly significant historical dimension of the Bible, Old Testament and New, that Josephus's unique status and special utility as an aid to scriptural exegesis and ancient history manifests. His author function can be located right at the intersection of sacred and secular narratives, evincing providential events that transpired in real places among real people at certain times in more or less distant pasts, and ultimately also to the convergence and divergence of Jewish and Christian histories. When one examines early medieval historiae, the modern generic lines dividing such texts from biblical commentaries can appear rather arbitrary, artificial, and ever blurrier the longer one looks at such texts. This is certainly true of Frieshelf of Lisieux's two-part universal history, completed around 830, which describes Josephus's background as a priest of Jerusalem and makes substantial use of the Antiquities, the more faithful Latin translation of the Jewish War, and the De Excidio, alongside Eusebius, Jerome, that is the Chronicle, Augustine, and Orosius, among myriad other sources. In Frieshelf's work, Josephus is, to quote Graham Ward, our great expert on Frieshelf, who wrote the terrific book pictured here, a repository of ancient knowledge, allowing Frieshelf to say something more about the beginnings of the world and early Jewish history than what is said in the books of the Old Testament. In part two of Frieshelf's history, which opens with the incarnation, Josephus is invoked as a vital firsthand witness to the events around the time of Christ and in the generations thereafter. Josephus is used to bolster and corroborate the veridical historical truth of events and details mentioned, sometimes obscurely or in passing, in biblical narratives. This made his works, or versions thereof, and his name or author function almost singularly indispensable, both for biblical commentary and the recounting of history, and consequently, especially so in the vast textual space wherein history and scripture overlap, the space within which Frieshelf sought out what he called the Veritas Historiae. Yet these exceptional uses of Josephus, in certain respects, extending beyond Carolingian Christian appropriations of the figures broadly accepted as fathers of the church, could also be deployed to sharply negative polemical ends in a way that the fathers, reverently situated as harmonious and concordant, could or would not be deployed. Two particularly revealing instances of Josephus being invoked contra Judeos are closely connected to the scandal of the Christian deacon Bodo's apostasy. In 838, on the pretense of journeying to Rome, Bodo left Francia for Al-Andalus, Muslim-ruled Spain, where he converted to Judaism, adopted the new name Eleazar, and was said to have undergone circumcision and married a Jewish woman, a series of events that shocked many Carolingian Christians. In partially preserved epistolary correspondence with Bodo Eleazar, his Mozarabic Christian interlocutor, Paulus of Arus, pointedly refers to Josephus to insist that in making his arguments contra Judeos, he is drawing not from the version of the Jewish war adapted by the Christian Hegesippus, whom Alvarus names as such, but from your teacher Josephus, Josippi Vestri Doctoris. The choice here of the Latin doctor makes for a striking contrast with a term that in early medieval discourse was often used interchangeably with pater when referring to the fathers of the church. Scholars who have studied this correspondence have suggested that Alvarus here is defending himself from an accusation by Bodo Eleazar that he is attributing to Josephus what was misrepresented by the Christian Hegesippus. This indeed is likely, but it is a matter of contextual inference, because much of the text of Bodo Eleazar's letters has been deliberately erased from the one manuscript, a copy from Cordoba from around 1000 CE, preserving these letters. If this inference is basically correct, then so too was Bodo Eleazar's point. Earlier in his letters, Alvarus had in fact been quoting from the De Excidio. It was in general the allegedly lenient or even favorable treatment by Jews within the Carolingian Empire by its rulers, and in particular, the case of Bodo's apostasy that incited the ire of Amulo, Archbishop of Lyon. Amulo, like his predecessor, Agobard of Lyon, wrote to a Carolingian sovereign, Agobard to Louis the Pious, Amulo to Charles the Bald, to voice his emphatic displeasure and air his anti-Judaic grievances. Amulo decried the perfidia of Jewish scholars, so crafty in their way as to be capable of turning a Christian like Bodo against his religion. But Amulo's contempt is not limited to contemporary Jews residing within the Carolingian Empire or in neighboring regions. He also turns to two of the most famous Jewish figures outside the Bible, Josephus and Philo. Amulo grudgingly concedes that they were highly learned men, yet despite their learning, they were ultimately still unbelieving Jews, Judei impii. And Amulo suggests that shamefully, some Christians of his day seem to prefer consulting those famously learned Jews, Josephus and Philo, to reading the Bible itself. In Amulo's polemical hyperbole, Josephus and Philo, as Jews who did not come to accept Jesus' status as the Messiah, represented a potentially dangerous alternative to the Christian truth of Scripture, not simply ancient sources to be read fruitfully alongside the books of the Bible. To underscore this point, Amulo contrasts Josephus and Philo with the Antiquity Doctores Ecclesiae. In accusing some of his Christian contemporaries of trusting and relying too much on Josephus and Philo, Amulo claims dubiously that the ancient doctors of the church had used these Jewish authors only very sparingly, only as evidence for events they had witnessed personally, and only where their accounts were concordant with those in the New Testament. To conclude, in the early medieval Latin West, Josephus occupied an exceptional sui generis position. His name, reputation, and versions of his text had been lauded and carried forward by earlier Christian authorities, and Josephus could, at certain times for certain purposes, be textually clustered with such preeminent Christian authors. He could also be called upon to corroborate or clarify scripture in a way that was markedly different from drawing on or simply reusing examples of patristic exegesis. Josephus's apparent expertise in Jewish Old Testament history and in his contemporaneity with key events and figures of the New Testament and Apostolic era made him a qualitatively different kind of source. Though a demonstrably Roman historian, Josephus's difference in time and culture from the major eventual Latin church fathers active in the later Christian Roman Empire sometimes informed the way his author function and versions of his writings were employed in the early medieval Latin West. The more important ingrained point of difference between Josephus and the fathers, Josephus's Jewishness, was never irrelevant nor forgotten, and in many cases it lent an added degree of authority to Josephus's name and the various texts attributed to it within the Latin Josephus tradition. But Josephus's Jewish identity could also be directed against him, particularly when interreligious hostilities or anxieties flared up. As per Amulo's polemic, a Judaeus impius, Josephus purportedly carried with him the risk of persuading Christians to betray their faith in favor of Josephus's own. The impressively erudite quality of Josephus's verba made him seem, to some Christian critics, still more potentially dangerous in the disquieting wake of Bodo's apostasy. No matter how deeply integrated into Christian intellectual culture, and indeed in part because of that deep integration achieved over many centuries, the core constitutive facts of Josephus's vita and his author function were markers of difference, as a Latin Catholic patristic canon was constructed around principles of ostensible commonality and concordance. This, then, is another decisive junction, an extreme limit, not a subtle splitting of hairs over ambiguous data points, at which Josephus and the quote fathers of the church as such must finally part ways. Thank you. Toda Roba.
Thank you so much, Josh. Such a rich paper, so much to discuss and so little time. But thank you, first of all, for remaining in the time allotted to you. And obviously, I would have 10,000 questions and maybe we have a separate conversation. I just want to take advantage of my position here to ask the first question and open the floor.
Sure.
So we at the ISF project have been working on the Greek tradition of the reception of Josephus in Christianity, and there are several differences between the two receptions. And one thing that, first of all, I want to make sure I understand well, like in the Greek reception, as Dima, who is here, has shown in the recent chapter that he submitted to us, in which he analyzes Josephus' status in the whole Byzantine literature where he's mentioned. So in the Greek part, the status of Josephus and the way he's presented is very much detailed. Why he's authoritative? He's a martus. He's a witness. He's writing history with acribeia, so very detailed and he's a trustworthy historian. There's a whole apparatus of descriptive words to assert his authority. It was my impression that it was maybe a little less so in the Latin world. But on the other hand, you have a lot more manuscripts in the Latin tradition. You have 300, you said?
Yeah. So I mean, before 1000 CE, there's around 60. In the total Middle Ages, you see numbers range from about 230 to over 300, really depending on whether the De Excidio is being counted or not.
The Lege Josephum project.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for the Greek, it's complicated, but we have, first of all, we have less early manuscripts. Everything is more like
Right.
in the 12th, 14th century, and in much less quantity. And so even though it's very difficult to extrapolate about this because of losses and the alea of textual transmission, how can we explain this? Do you think that there's something in the Latin tradition that systematized, that made Josephus, in contrast to the Greek tradition, something maybe more of a built-in persona. And I'm thinking that maybe this is due to Jerome's De Viris Illustribus,
Yes.
or
So I think right. I mean, if particularly if we're talking Carolingian, I think that the sort of three keys to sort of simplify are Jerome, including him in the De Viris Illustribus, and then Cassiodorus, and then Bede. And the endorsement, the sort of laudatory inclusion of Josephus by Jerome, Cassiodorus, and Bede really sort of sanctions and sort of solidifies Josephus as as this Greek Livy, or second Livy, as Cassiodorus puts it, in the Carolingian. By the time we get to the Carolingian
that's
content.
something also that strikes me in the Latin tradition, this Greek Livy stuff. Also, Jerome says that somewhere, the Greek Livy.
Right, right, exactly. It's Jerome.
So,
It's Jerome who calls him a Greek Livy, right? And then Cassiodorus calls him a second Livy. Um, so
I
so
think
we
that is very interesting because that comes early in the Latin tradition, while in the Greek tradition, to consider, if I'm, Dima, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that in the Greek tradition, to consider him as a Greek author is something that comes much later, where Photius or later authors are going to talk about his style and how he writes. That's also a contrast that is interesting. But to come back to your point about Cassiodorus and Jerome, yeah, he was endorsed by them, and definitely this influence certainly. But I wonder if at a very like manuscript and practical level, the fact that Jerome's De Viris Illustribus was became used as sort of a shopping list for libraries played the role for Josephus in that.
Yes, I think that that's probably true as well. That the importance for that text for building up medieval. I mean, and in fact, if you look at the De Viris Illustribus, that Josephus is essentially the subject of two chapters, because the chapter immediately after is Justice of Tiberius, right? Who only Jerome only has a snippet there, but really just includes Justice of Tiberius as this foe of Josephus, as this sort of foil to Josephus, as the more reliable source
Yes.
for history in this period, right? So I think that's absolutely important, right? That together with texts like Pisidius's Indiculum of Augustine, or Augustine's Retractationes, the Jerome's De Viris Illustribus, as well as the continuations by Gennadius of Marseille and later Isidore of Seville, was really important for stocking medieval libraries, right? And when you look at the way that Josephus is described, it's often these sort of echoes, sometimes with just a sort of slight variant, which sometimes the variant is interesting, but the ways that he's described by Bede are then echoed by Alcuin, by Rabanus Maurus, right, by Pascasius Redburdus, where he's, I mean, and of course, Latin doesn't have definite, indefinite article in the way that a language like English does, right? But then you could see him being the historian of the Jews, right? In this way, where you can see us sort of adding in that definite article in the way that he's being described. I mean, in a way too, where he sort of stands in for this kind of Hebraica Veritas together with Jerome, and then
Yes.
of course then of course some people believe that Jerome had been a translator of the Jewish war, right? That before Hegesippus becomes the kind of dominant association with the De Excidio in the 9th century, there's attributions to Ambrose and to Jerome as being the author. So again, this kind of close association, and that's, I don't know whether I fully articulated it or not, but that's sort of in the same way that if that figures like Origen, like Pelagius, like Taconius via Augustine could be kind of assimilated into this kind of patristic orbit that Richard maps out visually with these constellation maps. Josephus could be sort of hitched to the star of Jerome, or hitched to the
Exactly.
star of Cassiodorus or Bede.
Yeah, Jerome in Latin becomes for him what Eusebius is in Greek
Right.
for him. Thank you so much. I have 20 other questions, but maybe someone in the audience
Sure.
wants to ask a question. Graham?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, Josh. I mean, I learned a lot from that. I mean, just on the De Viris Illustribus point, I'm fairly sure that Josephus is the longest text that Jerome quotes or purports to quote in the De Viris Illustribus. It's the longest block of text which he
Uh-huh.
lifts from another author, which is
But is
interesting.
that
And
because he takes from Eusebius and that Eusebius gives a lot more on Philo and Josephus than anybody else?
And
yeah,
for the most part, Jerome just lists people's works, right? He doesn't like it. It's actually not that common that he
yeah,
quotes at any length from. Yeah,
yeah. I guess that the question I was just sort of going to ask was about how and for what purpose Josephus gets used. And I was while you were giving your talk, I was kept thinking of the way in which Servius Donatus gets used as a I was just wondering whether you think there's an analogy there, right? Because the Servius Donatus gets used as a paratext to an authoritative text, right? I mean,
right,
so it's Servius Donatus is used to explain the cultural historical world of the Aeneid.
right.
And that's obviously quite different from a church father, right? Which we might say is being used in a more interpretive lens, which Servius Donatus does get sometimes, but increasingly is used as this sort of Wikipedia historical factoid book. And I wondered whether there's any mileage in thinking about the ways in which Josephus is used that way or not, right? In the sense, is he used as a passport to the sort of historico-cultural world of scripture or more?
Yeah, I think that comparison, makes great sense. I mean, and in the one passage I showed, for example, from Alcuin, where you see some of these different, where you see, Priscian and Donatus being quoted together with, or being referred to anyway, together with Isidore and Ambrose, Gregory via Paterius, that you can see. I think that kind of way of thinking, where Josephus stands in, but I think that that's true with regard to the Hebrew Bible or Old Testament, right? When he's being used for New Testament, for attesting to the period of grace, it's a little different, right? Because of his role in the Jewish War, as well as the author of the Jewish War. That's why I'd still say it's still essentially sui generis. Like if
Mm,
Josephus, if the only thing that he had written was the 20 book Antiquities, and he was, which, in many ways is just a sort of embellishment of for the first half of the 20 book Antiquities, embellishes, the Hebrew Bible. That I think that comparison would be like spot on, right?
mm,
um but I think that it still makes good sense, right? And in talking many times over the years with Richard Pollard, who I is a good friend. I mean, like, one of my critiques of Richard's whole project here is when you look at these things. Josephus, or occasionally Philo, is the only non-Christian writer that he plugs in, right? Like, what if we were to plug in um, uh, other ancient writers, including or even potentially authors of scripture, but certainly writers like Virgil
I'm
or
sorry,
others.
I will have to interrupt this great conversation. I'm sorry about this, but I'm sure that we can continue in the break because we're already late on our
Oh,
schedule.
sure. Yes. Okay. Great.
Josh, thank you again, and also I want to thank you in particular for highlighting, the tension in the reception of Josephus. There was a recent article on the comparison also between Latin and Greek, and very much erased completely the tensions that you illuminated it here. And so we're very grateful for that fantastic paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will listen to Yaniv Fox. If I'm not, yes, Yaniv is an associate professor of medieval history in the Department of General History at Bar-Ilan University. He specializes in the early Middle Ages with a focus on Merovingian and Carolingian culture and thought. He's the author of Power and Religion in Merovingian Gaul, Columbian Monasticism and the Frankish Elites, published at Cambridge in 2014, The Merovingians in Historiographical Tradition from the 6th to the 16th Centuries, Cambridge 2023, and Using Generative AI in Historical Practice, something that I really want to read also, Cambridge Elements 2026. His current research examines the crystallization of early medieval symbolic world through allegorical biblical exegesis, tracing how symbolism was deployed as a tool for social and cultural commentary in the transforming post-Roman West from the 6th to the 9th centuries. Thank you very much, Yaniv. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Everybody can see my presentation, right? And not the presenter view, the regular view. All right. So thank you, Sabrina, and thank you, Mo, for inviting me to speak. It's really great. Unfortunately, we can't meet in person, but this is a second best, so I'm grateful for that. What I like to talk about today is a certain puzzle that stands at the heart of exegetical practice, which is that certain kinds of knowledge, especially spiritual knowledge, such as love, union with God, contemplative insight, can't really be stated prepositionally. They have to be undergone. So, how do you go about teaching them? Well, Gregory the Great has come up with a certain methodology that I would like to kind of dive into. Gregory writes for a target audience of monks pursuing the inner life and interested in these questions precisely in a certain section of his work. Obviously, his general corpus of work is targeted to a broader audience. But what I'd like to talk about today is his work targeted for this particular aspect of the spiritual life. And I think what I would like to show is that Gregory solves this transmission problem by refusing to work around the body. What he does is he routes this spiritual knowledge through the senses, with the incarnation becoming his model. Meaning passes into matter and from matter into the reader. So I'd like to read this short quote from the Expositio in Canticum Canticorum, his exposition on the Song of Songs, where he says, quote, "Divine discourse is communicated to the frigid, sluggish soul by means of enigmas, and secretly teaches such a soul the love that it does not know by means of what it knows," end quote. And there are three key phrases here. The first is the frigid, sluggish soul, the frigida. The second is occulte, or secretly, underneath cognition. And finally, quod novit, what it already knows. So Gregory teaches through what the soul recognizes and not through what it lacks. And everything that follows in this presentation about Gregory's commentary is kind of rooted in this key citation. So we can posit three kinds of knowledge. The first being a moral knowledge, do this, don't do that. The second is doctrinal knowledge, Christ is both God and man, and similar assertions. And the third is contemplative. And while the first two can be expressed propositionally, and by this I mean that they can be transferred through language, the knowledge can be transferred through language, the contemplative layer is kind of different because it's not mere information. It's more of a state, more of an experience. Union, love, recognition, these are things that you can really paraphrase. For you to fully comprehend what they mean, they kind of have to happen to you. And this is at the core of the exegete's problem because the medium of exegesis is language, but the cargo itself isn't linguistic. And this is the kind of gap that Gregory has to bridge, and this is exactly the problem that I'm trying to address here. So, a little bit of biography on Gregory for those who need some brushing up. Gregory was born circa 540 to a Roman senatorial aristocratic family. He becomes a monk, then papal apocrisiarius to Constantinople, finally Bishop of Rome between 590 and 604. In terms of the political context of his papacy, he is pope while the Lombards are making life kind of difficult for Romans. There's a recurrence of plague. There are grain shortages. We can talk about a collapse of administration. So he runs the city as much as he does the Roman church. And throughout all of this time, he produces a wealth of compositions, the best known of which are the Moralia and Job, the dialogues, the Regula Pastoralis, homilies on Ezekiel, the exposition on the Song of Songs that we will talk about today. A vast corpus of compositions written primarily under crisis. And this is a running thread throughout his opus. So, how does Gregory approach the problem? Well, the answer is not found in one place. It's really kind of dispersed throughout his writings, and we have to kind of pluck it out. But we can focus on three specific images: the flint, the string, and the machine. So, across the Moralia and the homilies on Ezekiel, he keeps returning to the same idea expressed in different ways, which is that scripture transmits by making something dormant vibrate. It's kind of like a quantum entanglement. And where do we see this? We see this in the Moralia, where he discusses the flint, which he says is cold in the hand, but when struck with iron, it sparks, which means that scripture is inert on the page, but exegesis is the strike that enables scripture to spark. Another example from the Moralia is the string, and here he kind of talks about sympathetic resonance. You touch one string and another trembles. Saying one thing insinuates another. And finally, in the homilies on Ezekiel, he introduces this concept of the machina, the machine, where allegory is a machine for lifting the soul back to God. And this is an important hint to keep in mind for later. Why did I choose the Song of Songs, and why did Gregory obviously choose the Song of Songs? Well, Gregory picks the most sensorially saturated text in the Bible. This is a text, as we all know, full of kisses and ointments and bodily figures and vineyards and fragrance and just a very tightly packed text. And this is a deliberate choice. It's not an accident. Now, Gregory's Expositio is an incomplete text. We only have the first 8 verses of the first chapter. Gregory never finished it. He died in 604, having covered 8 verses in total. But I think the method of Gregory's exegesis matters more than the coverage. He's kind of working slowly through the densest stretch of text. And we have to remember that this expositio was delivered orally. This was given as a homily to his monastic community and transcribed by a notary and never really revisited and revised by Gregory himself. So, given the vagaries of the transcription, what we have here is something that is not, we can imagine, not very far from what Gregory actually said. And we have to keep this in mind. These are monks in a room hearing a sermon, not a polished treatise. Before we dive into Gregory's methodology, however, we should mention some earlier attempts to solve this problem, if only to contextualize what Gregory is actually doing. We might mention Pseudo Dionysius, working around a century before Gregory did, but trying to really tackle the same problem, which is that God and knowledge of God exceeds language. So there's really no way to build a linguistic edifice to reach God. But Dionysius, unlike Gregory, went in a different path. And this path we might call epophasis or the via negativa. So here we would say that every affirmation we can make about God is inadequate, which leaves only the path of negation. So this naturally kind of concludes at an endpoint of divine darkness, of silence, of closed eyes. And I will have more to say about this, but just to compare this to what Gregory is doing, Gregory is taking the cataphatic road or the via corporalis, the opposite move. He doesn't empty the room of images, he fills it with sensation. What he does is starts from the familiar, the body being the most familiar object to the person, and proceeding by a path of saturation. And the endpoint for Gregory is bodily recognition. So if we were to compare it to physical functions, we would say this isn't silence so much as it is kind of an inhale. You fill yourself with this imagery. So like I said, it's the same diagnosis for the language's failure, but two opposite cures. So we should understand what Dionysius is trying to do here before we transition to Gregory. So Dionysius isn't stripping away, isn't attempting negation until he arrives at a vacuum. The point is to drive home the failure of language and reasoning to capture the divine. So we would say God is good. Right, that's a true statement, but it doesn't even begin to capture the nature of God. We would say the opposite, God is not good. That's also wrong because it implies lack, and there is no lack in the perfection of the divine. Then we would have to negate the negation, and soon enough, language kind of folds onto itself and collapses. So what we're left with is a silence, but not an empty silence, not an absence. It's a silence of too much, not too little. And this is something that Dionysius calls the luminous darkness, darkness from excess of light, not from absence. And the standard teaching analogy here is sun blindness. When you stare at the sun, you can't see it, but not because it's not there, but because it kind of overwhelms you. So Dionysius isn't really just being modest about language. He's making a claim about the shape of the mystical encounter with the divine. Gregory has an alternative, and his alternative appears to be guided by the incarnation. And I say appears because he doesn't really say it at the point where he specifies what he's trying to do with his exegetical technique, but he says it elsewhere. So for Gregory, when the word becomes flesh, this means that the unknowable thing enters the domain of the graspable by becoming body. And he makes this kind of clear in his 40 gospel homilies, where he uses the incarnation as sensory accommodation move, where he says, when divinity took up the defect of our flesh, the human race received back the light it had lost. And the key move here is that the incarnation isn't a concession to human weakness, not fully at least. It's more of a communication strategy. God chooses bodily transmission because it works. If God reached humanity by becoming body, then Gregory makes a similar move, saying that the exegete, being himself, can reach the reader through bodily images. The method is authorized by the event. So, why does Gregory trust the body? Well, in her 1988 book, Gregory the Great, Perfection and Imperfection, Carol Straw argues that for Gregory, body and soul aren't opposed, they're complementary. And here you might look at this quote from the homilies in Ezekiel, where he speaks of really two voices. There's the vox carnis, the voice of the flesh, and the vox animae, the voice of the soul. And each has its own method of perception, its own epistemic register, as it were. So the body knows things that the mind doesn't and cannot, which means that Gregory is given license to use the senses. The senses are not an obstacle to transcend, rather, they're a receiving tool, I guess. And that makes them useful for Gregory's exegetical strategy. So let's do some examples. The first example is smell. Okay, oleum effusum nomen tuum, from the third verse of the first chapter, your name is poured out ointment. Gregory's gloss is that the ointment is sealed in a vessel, so it gives off no fragrance in the room. And when it is poured out, the odor becomes pervasive. It fills the room. The container changes, so instead of a vessel, we now have the room, and the effect changes. The equation here is that poured out ointment is the divinity made flesh, incarnation as a change of medium. The invisible becomes detectable. Same substance, new accessibility. And there are three stages here. There's a sealed vessel, then there's the act of pouring, and then there's the identification with the incarnation. When knowledge exists but can't be received, no fragrance escaped. This is divine within itself, God within itself. And then the medium changes through the act of pouring. The fragrance becomes involuntary because you can't refuse a smell in a shared room. Once you smell it, there it is. And that involuntariness is the entire point. Transmission no longer depends on the receiver's effort, right? So this isn't an intellectual effort. This is a bodily experience that is involuntary. Of course, the payoff here is that Gregory isn't describing ointment. His sentences do what ointment does. They pervade. The exegesis performs its own content, really. A second example is osculetu me osculo orisui, let him kiss me with a kiss of his mouth. This is the second verse of the same first chapter. The key term here is experientalito, so experientially, not propositional knowing, not knowing that, knowing by direct contact, a category that really Latin theological vocabulary kind of struggles with. And Gregory makes a concession here. As you can see from the quote, he says he admits that preaching is second best. The bride, right, wants the kiss itself, not the voice of preachers. He is the preacher here, and in doing so, he concedes he is the lesser medium. The bride wants a speaking mouth to mouth, right? Speaking mouth to mouth equals kissing, equals touching the mind with interior understanding. So all of these things, the speech, the touch, and the cognition kind of fold into one act. And so this is the experiential dimension of knowing that Gregory's reaching for. Three short observations on the kiss passage. One, preaching ranks lower than contact, and this is an extraordinary thing for a preaching pope to say. With this attempt at written exegesis, he really aspires to something that is higher than himself, that is higher than the actual text. And second, again, experientaliter, knowledge through contact, not through propositions. The body learns in a different register than the intellect. And finally, speech becomes touch. The exegete's words aim to be not descriptions, but contacts. The sentence is supposed to land like a hand, so you're supposed to feel it in your gut, as it were. When we analyze these two examples, the smell and the touch, we quickly realize that they're different mechanics, but they have the same aim. Both attempt to bypass the discursive, where smell does this pervasive thing, the room fills, it cannot be refused, and it acts at a distance. Touch is direct and intimate and momentary and unmediated by language. Both of them share the fact that they are not propositional, but both are bodily events that carry knowledge that language cannot. And they are two routes to the same destination. The discursive is bypassed in both cases. But of course, there's a problem here. And the problem is, as you've probably realized, that describing ointment isn't smelling it. And reading about a kiss isn't like being kissed. And Gregory recognizes this. He recognizes that he's working through a text. And so, since he's dealing with text, this problem, this experiential problem, remains. If a text only describes sensation, then Gregory is just Dionysius with more adjectives. So, how does Gregory's text actually cross into the body? And the honest answer here is that without something more, without an additional component, this whole method just stops here. It kind of collapses. The answer, I think, is the sensory archive. The text does not produce sensation from scratch. What it actually does is it reactivates sensation already stored in the listener's body. Ointment maps onto chrism or anointing, kiss onto the kiss of peace, perfume onto incense in the canonical hours, milk onto the Eucharistic bread and wine. Every sensory image in the expositio has a liturgical correlate. And what Gregory does here is he activates a kind of muscle memory of sacrament. Because we need to recognize that the audience is a monastic audience. They're an audience with years of ritual that have laid down bodily traces. And Gregory relies on this. His words don't just describe a kiss. What he hopes to accomplish is to trigger in his audience a stored kiss of peace that monks perform every liturgy. Every sensory description is linked to a bodily experience that Gregory knows that his audience has had numerous times. And why this resolves the objection, it's the text doesn't need to generate sensation. What it needs to do is to index a sensation that the audience already carries within their body. So again, we would consider who's actually in the room. These aren't catechumens, they're not a lay audience, they are trained contemplative monks. And this is exactly what their bodies have been doing for years, years of psalmody, of fasting, of vigils, of liturgical repetition, disciplined bodies with a rich sensory archive already installed. And the implication here is that Gregory's exegesis presupposes monastic formation to be effective. It's not a method for general audiences, it's a method for bodies already prepared. And when we look at the full picture here, we see four stages in this sequence. Firstly, we have the monastic discipline. Secondly, we have the sensory archive, right? The chrism, the incense, the kiss of peace. Thirdly, we have Gregory's language, the ointment, the perfume, the kiss, a bodily channel creating and carrying what language cannot. So each stage feeds the next. Without discipline, we have no archive. Without an archive, we have no trigger. Without language, we have no activation. And without the channel, we have no transmission. And his word for this whole thing is the machina, if you recall from an earlier slide, a machine for lifting the soul back to God. So this isn't a metaphor for decoration. It is an actual machinery that Gregory kind of envisions in order to deliver his message. So exegesis for Gregory is not description. It is engineered transmission of knowledge that language alone cannot carry. And I would like here to return to this quote that I introduced in the beginning, which is that the soul comes to understand what is unknown to it by approaching what it already knows, right? So again, I would ask you to consider what we know about the delivery of this text. This text was delivered orally, transcribed by a notary, never revised. What we have is the transcript of a performance. But we might imagine that there would have been an additional register to which we are not privy. Now, imagine within this room that there might have been incense burning in the room. There might have been chrism recently applied, a liturgical office might have framed this homily. We don't actually have the sensory setting within which the sermon was delivered. And if the machine, the machina, runs on the bodily archive, then the room itself might have been part of the apparatus. And in fact, we may be reading only half of the text. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yaniv, for a very interesting presentation. And also, I loved your PowerPoint and the illustrations that you added to it. I see that we have questions. No, these are not questions, these are uploadment. Who wants to open the question session? Graham?
Yeah, thanks very much. That was really great. I wanted to ask just about the the distinction between sort of preaching as second best to the sort of direct contact kind of experience, because the in Iberia, the tradition of illuminated copies of Beatus of Liebena's commentary on the Apocalypse has a very distinctive way of illustrating God speaking, which is a hand reaching down from heaven and making direct contact with the listener, right? And it's always labeled Vox Domini or Vox
Mm.
Dei. And this is often related to the way in which the sort of scribe interacts with the Word of God in terms of sort of copying it out. But it also seems to me to illustrate what you're describing, right? The way in which the receiver of the revelation is actually experiencing a sort of direct physical experiential contact with God speaking.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's curious that you should mention Beatus because both Beatus and Gregory have a reliance on Eustace of Urgel's Expositio in Canticum Canticorum. So both of them kind of rely on this methodology that I don't know, brazenly would like to argue that Eustace is the originator of, which really relies on creating this imagery that kind of evokes certain emotions in the readership, in the audience. And Eustace isn't speaking to a highly trained monastic audience. Might be speaking to a clerical assembly. He might be speaking to the congregation at large, but he's very much busy at curating these very careful images that kind of evoke sensory, right? Sensory information. So mostly disgust and like really strong bodily emotions. So definitely there's something, you're onto something here that the voice of God mediated through exegesis is kind of meant to activate the body of the listener.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So if nobody has a question, I have a question slash comment. I think what you describe is very convincing. I was also wondering if, outside of the immediate context of reception that you described, this, the odor of the odor and the ointment and all this also belongs to the hagiographic atmosphere of late antiquity, where the so-called material turn makes all these very bodily information important and prominent, especially in hagiographic text. So do you think that beyond the immediate daily life of these monks, this whole context also should be taken into account regarding that kind of interpretation?
I mean, yes, carefully, but yes. When we look at what Gregory does on the more, I guess, hagiographical level, we go to the dialogues. And, there's no shortage of sensory stuff in the dialogues. And I wouldn't really necessarily group the dialogues with something like Merovingian era hagiography in the same genre because I don't think that really teaches us anything. But we can say that when we look at hagiographies from the 7th century that were influenced by Gregory's dialogues, such as Jonas of Babio's Life of Columbanus, for instance, there's a lot of this sensory stuff going on, right?
Mhm.
A lot of bodily fluids, a lot of and things that seem to be purposefully and deliberately coded. So this isn't just, stylistic flourish on the one hand, and it's not just Jonas's style of writing. It's more that these things appear when they're meant to punctuate certain miracles, certain occurrences. So they certainly have like they're intentionally there and they're meant to teach the audience something. What that thing is, I don't think that I've entirely deciphered, but it's definitely intentional and interesting.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else has a question before we go to listen to Yakir Paz? If you have anything else in the meantime, there will be other later opportunities to further discuss. Thank you, Yaniv. It was really a very enjoyable talk.
Thank
And
you.
now, welcome Yakir Paz, who is the head of the Talmud department at the Hebrew University and a senior lecturer in the Department of Classics. His research focuses on Homeric, rabbinic, and Christian commentaries in Antiquity, Roman and rabbinic law, Jews and Christians in the Sasanian Empire, religious polemics in late antiquity, Syriac literature, and ancient magic. Covers a lot of ground, and we are very happy to welcome him. The floor is yours, Yakir.
Okay. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Mor and Itzik, for organizing this event. As you see, I've changed the title, and this is a work, a project I'm working on. So I will just going to show you a bit of it. So in Exodus 7 and 8, we encounter magical context between Moses and Aaron and the Khartoumim, the Egyptian sorcerers. These figures attempt to demonstrate that they can replicate Moses' miraculous deed. Moses, though, empowered by God, ultimately prevails. In the Bible, we don't find the names of these sorcerers, yet later they are identified in the Hebrew form as Yochana and Mamre, or Yanis and Yambris in Greek. And tradition concerning Yanis and Yambris are subsequently scattered throughout Christian and rabbinic sources. In this paper, I will focus only on one specific tradition, which identifies Bil'am, the Midianite, as the father of Yanis and Yambris. But before we go, I'll just give you a very short survey of our three very earliest sources we have about Yanis and Yambris. The earliest one is the Damascus document from the Dead Sea Scrolls, also found in the Geniza of the Cairo Geniza, from the 2nd century BCE, where we just have a very short mention. We are told that for in ancient times Moses and Aaron arose through the Prince of Light, whereas Belial in his cunning raised Yochana and his brother before the first deliverance of Israel. So I'll just make one or two comments here. We can see that we have here confrontation between two brothers, Moses and Aaron versus Yochanan and his brother. So Yanis and Yambris, or Yochana and his brother, are kind of a symmetric kind of confrontation. The fact that this is kind of given as a something which is something which assumes the audience already knows it, shows us this is an earlier tradition. It's not invented here. And the symmetry goes beyond the two brothers. It's also, we have the Prince of Light versus Belial. So this is very symmetrical, very common for the Dead Sea Scrolls. And another interesting comment, we still don't have the name of the brother, which we'll only find in later sources. The second source to quickly go through is the 2nd Timothy, maybe Pauline epistle, where we have this kind of case in the same kind of scenario. Now, as Yanis and Yambris stood against Moses, so do these also stand against the truth of corrupt mind, reprobate concerning the faith. But they shall proceed no further, for their folly shall be manifest unto all men, as theirs also was. Here we have for the first time the two names, Yanis and Yambris. So we didn't have in the Damascus Covenant the second brother's name. Once again, there's a kind of an assumption that the audience knows what we're talking about. And here, interestingly, the two, and they're not said to be brothers, are facing only Moses and not Moses and Aaron. So the actual symmetry, which was the kind of core of the tradition, the fact, maybe even the core for inventing the brother of Yanis, doesn't exist anymore here. So we no longer have two brothers facing two brothers. The third source, just to give for the background, is a much larger source. It's the Apocryphon of Yanis and Yambris, sometimes known as the Book of the Words of Yanis and Yambris, or the Penitence of Yanis. It was originally composed in Greek, likely in Egypt, and likely before the 2nd century CE by a Jewish author. It's mentioned in Antiquity by several Christian authors. Fragments of the Greek were found in papyri, but recently the entire work has been found in an Ethiopian manuscript, currently being edited by two scholars, and they've just published the summary of it, but that's quite an event that we have the entire 1st century Jewish text now in Ethiopian. So this is a very long text and it's not relevant for our discussion. All I want to mention here are two things. One is that the brotherhood of Yanis and Yambris is very much at the core of this story, and that actually the confrontation itself, interestingly, is not really the climax of the story. And as you can see on your slide, only Yanis, he leaves Yambris at home, and only he comes to face Moses and Aaron, and he's immediately defeated. So once again, we've lost the basic kind of symmetry, which was at the core of this tradition of actually having two Egyptian sorcerers as brothers facing the two Jewish or Hebrew sorcerers in Moses and Aaron. So this is just to give us kind of the background of the earlier sources, and now I'll jump quite ahead. On Numbers 22:22, we have Balaam going to Balak, and he's riding on his she-ass, and his two young men were with him. In the Targum of Pseudo Jonathan, we have this tradition here, and it says, and his two young men, Yanis and Yambris, were with him. So we kind of have an identification that the two accompanying young men, the two Ne'arim, are actually Yanis and Yambris, and we have this connection now that Bilam is somehow connected to these two sorcerers. And this is also, as we'll see, understood as the fact that they are his two sons, and I'll show that explicitly later. But this was taken by quite a few scholars to be a very old tradition. And in fact, quite a few scholars following Pietersma, who edited some of the fragments, the Greek fragments of Yanis and Yambris, kind of thought that this might also go back to the Apocryphon itself, as I mentioned, which is the 1st century. Here we can see a fragment of from a 4th century, but it's of the Apocryphon, which has the ancestry of Yanis and Yambris, various Egyptian names connecting to Serapis and Apis, and the lacuna, we have a lacuna there exactly where the name of the father would be. And Pietersma, who is the main scholar, he added, as you can see, especially in his German translation, he added Balaam into that lacuna, kind of thinking that tradition we find in Pseudo Jonathan in the Targum would actually go back to the 1st century CE and was actually part of that very old tradition. This is kind of, we can see this kind of, a lot of scholars kind of think that the Targum preserves very ancient material. Usually that's not the case, and especially not in this specific case we'll be talking about. So in an important work, Gavin McDowell has recently argued convincingly that the tradition in Pseudo Jonathan, whereby Yanis and Yambris are somehow subordinate to Balaam, is actually dependent on a medieval work of the 10th century called the Chronicle of Moses. This is important. This is part of now at least two or three more scholars have argued that the Targum of Pseudo Jonathan should be dated to the 12th century in Italy, and I think that's true. And he has shown in quite a few cases that they that not only here, but that the Targum uses quite a lot of these sources from the Chronicle. So this actually shifts the our question from Pseudo Jonathan to the Chronicle. And I'll just say a few words about the Chronicle. The Chronicle of Moses, Divrei Yamim LeMoshe Rabbeinu, is an anonymous composition that presents a continuous account of the life of Moses, incorporating extra biblical traditions and legend. It belongs to kind of the genre of rewritten Bible, and it is composed in Hebrew that seeks to imitate the biblical style. And the work is likely to be dated to the 10th century, possibly to Southern Europe. So McDowell has shown or has argued that the Pseudo Jonathan is dependent on this, and because that will make the Chronicle is the first source which actually mentions this tradition that they are the sons of Balaam. So this kind of shifts the question now of what did Pseudo Jonathan know, the Targum, but actually now to the question of the Chronicle itself. So in what follows here, this is the main part of my talk, I want to examine some of the occurrences of Yanis and Yambris in the version of the Chronicle in order to determine how they function in the narrative, and I shall argue that they appear to constitute a secondary, innovative addition to the original narrative. And the narrative core actually focuses on Balaam as the arch nemesis or the arch rival of Moses. And then I'll try and show where actually I think how the tradition actually came. So kind of a combination of innovation and tradition. So Yanis and Yambris first appear alongside their father, Balaam, who is actually mentioned earlier in the Chronicle, during the introduction of the Ethiopian campaign and Balaam's rebellion against Kikanos. The Ethiopian campaign is a tradition we find already in Altapanos and Josephus about Moses fighting against the Ethiopians, against Cush. That also explains why he has a Cushite wife. And here we can see at the introduction, here we can see that when Kikanos went out to make battle with Aram, he left Balaam the magician and his two sons, Yanis and Yam, with him to guard the city and the poor of the land. And Balaam counseled the people, and then they swore allegiance to him, and they assigned his two sons to be military commanders. A few comments. We can see that first thing, the use of, they say here that Yanis and Yambris, Shnei Banav Imo, the two sons went with him. This is clearly an allusion to Numbers 22:22, so actually interpreting the accompanying youths as his sons. But we can see that they only appear here in the narrative framework. They don't later on, they don't appear at all in the story itself, which is quite lengthy. And even within this framework, Balaam alone performs the action, while Yanis and Yambris play no active role. They are merely ancillary figures that are said to accompany their father and are assigned roles of military leaders, but that actually has no continuation and is not mentioned again. And also, one can see that it's very easy to remove them without actually damaging either the flow of the narrative or actually even the syntax. Another scene we have, a longer scene, is when they come to council, when Pharaoh needs a counsel of what to do with the Israelites. Here we can actually see the editorial intervention. We have Balaam coming with his two sons, and then we are told that they are the advisors of the king in those days. That's A. And in B, the king then counsels his three advisors, and the advisors are Job, Balaam, and Reuel. This is actually taken from the Babylonian Talmud. And then we actually learn that only Balaam is his advisor, which means there's kind of a discrepancy between section A and B is actually the core of the tradition, since Balaam is also the one who actually makes the suggestion to kill all the Israelites. And so once again, we can see that this tradition is kind of a bit, doesn't fit and doesn't flow. It's kind of added to the core narrative. Another case we can see here is in chapter 17, Moses and Aaron enter the Pharaoh's palace, and they have subdued the lions at the entrance. And here we can see that Yanis and Yambris have entered, but afterwards, once again, Balaam alone appears, and he is the one who's speaking. And actually, eventually afterwards, we have the magical confrontation between Balaam and Moses and Aaron, And there, surprisingly, we don't find Yanis and Yambres, which is actually the main, what we saw in we saw in the Damascus document, in the Apocryphon, and in Timothy, this is the main place we would expect them to be. So once again, only Balaam is the one who's in charge. So we can see here that in all the cases we've seen, and there's one or two more which I'm not going to discuss, they do not have any kind of role in the actual story. They can be easily removed without actually harming the thing. This kind of suggests, find place here, yeah. This suggests that they are kind of an addition to the core story. Yet once we detach them from the story, we can still ask a further question. So we can see that the core narrative is about Bilam. We have these two names added as his sons. They have no role. They actually kind of create problems in the narrative itself. We kind of can ask ourselves what does the author know? It seems that he has grafted two traditions. He has one tradition of Bilam, and then he came across another tradition about Yanis and Yambres, which he then decided to add to his main character of Bilam by attributing them or identifying them as his sons. So once we detach, what do we actually have? Since they have no active role, they never speak in the story, they don't do anything. So we can see a few features. First is that they have the names Yanis and Yambres, which means these are Greek forms of the names, which will indicate a Christian background, a Christian source, directly or indirectly. The second point is that they are brothers. That's actually, we've seen the earlier sources, and that seems to be quite obvious, but actually in most Christian and Jewish sources, that fact is not mentioned. And in fact, as I argued, the fact that we no longer have the two brothers facing two brothers makes, which was the core of the narrative, Moses and Aaron versus Yanis and Yambres, kind of disturbs the symmetry, and the brotherhood is no longer crucial. So this could have been enough. He just would have known of a tradition of Yanis and Yambres and the fact that they are brothers. But it's not, I want to go one step further and kind of suggest that there needs to be another tradition, since in the biblical verse we have the fact that they are his youth, ne'arav. That's usually not the term for sons. So it's quite a leap to take Yanis and Yambres and make them the sons of Balaam. So where would that come from? And I would suggest, and so we have to go look for traditions. What do we know about the father of Yanis and Yambres? The one source we saw was the papyrus we saw. We don't have the name, but there it's most probably an Egyptian source. But the source which has actually been overlooked is in the Armenian adaptation of Michael the Great, the Chronicle of Michael the Syrian, who wrote in the 12th century in Syriac. And here in the version A, which was done in 1246 by Vardan Areveltsi, the Easterner, and his colleague, the Syriac priest Ishor from Kef. And there they kind of adapt the Syriac, they translate it, but they add kind of various traditions. And here we find this very interesting account. Moses was saved from the water in 350th year of God's promise, and when 10 years old, he was given to the study with Yanis and Yambres. This is an old Syriac tradition going back to the book of Acts. Sons of the Chaldean sorcerers, Barisbai, they had been driven there to Egypt for stealing the boys from of their country and sacrificing them to the idols, which had been erected in the name of their father. They were well versed in Chaldean, Greek, and especially Egyptian law. So for our purposes, the most interesting thing is the name here and the fact that he is their father. The name Barisbai was already corrected by Bedrosian to Bar Koba, and this is actually found in another 17th century manuscript published by Michael Stone, which most probably goes to kind of an Aramaic name of Bar Kochva, the son of a star, something which might be kind of suitable for a sorcerer. This goes on and talks about other interesting events of Yanis and Yambres, constructing a paradise and sacrificing 980 young Jewish boys to the demons. And several scholars have noted that many of these details seem to be unparalleled. Yet recently, Sergei Minov has published a Syriac text titled On Sorcerers, Diviners, and Charmers, attributed to Gregory of Nyssa, but composed originally in Syriac, most likely in the 8th century. It's a polemic against sorcery, and he had noticed similarities between the Armenian later traditions and the Syriac. But actually, he kind of said that the Armenian is kind of a creative adaptation of the Syriac. And he says that because there are several discrepancies, and I'll just want to point out a few of them and kind of conclude. So in Pseudo Gregory, the narrative opens with a yet unnamed youth in Aram Naharaim, whom Satan instructs to sacrifice one of his sons. In return, Satan taught him sorcery. As noted by Minov, this episode depends directly on chapter 26 of the Cave of Treasures, which recounts the introduction of sorcery by an anonymous sorcerer in Ur in the days of Terach. The author, however, expands the tradition. The sorcerer later flees to Edessa, where he kidnaps children and sacrifices them to demons. When his crimes are discovered, he escapes to Egypt, and we then read what you see on your slide. At that time, Abraham went out of the east. The Egyptians then, as soon as they had heard about that sorcerer, Ocham, who they called Ocham, the infidel, and when they saw his error and his sorcery, they rejoiced in him, and they would bring their sons to him so that he could teach them sorcery. There follows a lengthy paragraph of Ocham teaching the Egyptians all kinds of sorcery. The narrative then turns to the birth of Moses and his becoming part of Pharaoh's household. And there we first encounter Yanis and Yambres. And at that time, when Moses was at the court, Yanis and Yambres and their followers were famous in Egypt, and Moses was instructed together with them in the whole wisdom of the Egyptians. While there are striking parallels in the narrative outline of Pseudo Gregory and the Armenian version, there are also several notable differences. First, the Armenian version is much more concise and condensed compared to the Syriac, and therefore has less details. In addition, the Syriac version names the sorcerer Ocham, whereas the Armenian version is called Balkobas. However, the most important difference for our purposes concerns the relationship between the Chaldean magician and Yanis and Yambres. According to Pseudo Gregory, the Chaldean sorcerer sacrifices one of his sons while he's still in Mesopotamia, and later flees to Egypt at the time of Abraham, and only several generations later, after the birth of Moses, and likely after the birth of Ocham himself, do we hear that Yanis and Yambres were the followers, and their followers were famous in Egypt. And these details strongly suggest that Ocham cannot have been the father of Yanis and Yambres. Notably, also Saint Pseudo Gregory, the Syriac source, does not even present Yanis and Yambres as brothers. By contrast, the Armenian version explicitly identifies Yanis and Yambres as the son of the Chaldean Balkobas, and all three also are said to dwell in Mesopotamia, where they practiced child sacrifice to demons before fleeing together to Egypt. It follows that in preparing the Armenian translation of Michael the Great's chronicle, Vardan and his companion Isho likely had access to a condensed adaptation of a text similar to that of Pseudo Gregory, but which had now taken the sorcerer and identified him as the father of Yanis and Yambres. So one can therefore suggest that the author of the Chronicle of Moses of the 10th century, was aware, at least in general terms, of such a tradition, which formed the basis for his identification of the Chaldean sorcerer, the father of Yanis and Yambres, with Balaam. Actually, Balaam himself eventually comes from Mesopotamia, from Aram. If the author was also familiar with the form of the sorcerer's name resembling the one preserved in Armenian, this identification would have been further facilitated by the phonetic similarity between Balkobas and Balaam. To conclude, the attribution of Balaam as the father of Yanis and Yambres appears to be an innovation of the author of the Chronicle of Moses in the 10th century, added to his core account of Balaam the magician as Moses' arch-rival. This development was likely based, directly or indirectly, on a Christian source in which Yanis and Yambres were described as brothers, and probably also as the sons of a Chaldean sorcerer. Such a tradition prompted a novel and original reading of Numbers 22:22, identifying the two youths accompanying Balaam as his sons, Yanis and Yambres. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yakir, for this very dense and this really nice trajectory that you made. So I have a question. It's just more like to make sure I understood very clearly everything you said. So we have all these traditions. Thinking, what do you trace in the end about the most authoritative of these traditions? How the authority of these traditions travel into this complicated labyrinth of
there's no real, I mean, we can see in the Christian sources, and that I can't show here, is that Second Timothy becomes obviously the most authoritative text, which then kind of changes a lot of the trajectories, because even authors who knew of the Apocryphon, and not many knew, but those who knew, they already kind of formulated in line of Second Timothy, meaning that they usually present Yanis and Yambres as fighting only against Moses and not against Moses and Aaron, and they don't mention the fact that they are brothers. The Apocryphon circulated. We have it. It was known in Greek. It was translated into Ethiopian. It was probably we have medieval Latin fragments of it. We have Old English fragments of it, but it seems to have not really widely circulated, and quite a lot of authors are not aware of it. The fact that they are brothers, that's one of the surprising things I have come upon is that it seems that most authors didn't know that they were brothers, which is kind of surprising since that's the very core of the tradition. But we can see that since the Second Timothy becomes the main trajectory, no, and brotherhood is not the point there, that loses the main account. And actually, rabbinic sources don't preserve, except for that's why the Chronicle of Moses is important. It's actually the first rabbinic source which kind of acknowledges that they are brothers. The point, I mean, the reason I kind of made a lot of emphasis on this tradition is because this has been taken as, again, one of these cases where Jewish texts preserve supposedly an original ancient tradition, and it's actually not the case. This is a completely medieval innovation. And the fact that it was in the Targum, which seems to have too much authority, usually among Christian kind of scholars, this kind of the Targum has something very ancient about it, and that's not true, especially definitely not. So what we have here, and we should have known that before, because the names were given in Greek and not in Hebrew in the Targum and in the Chronicle, which means this is a completely Christian tradition. But because the Chronicle was focusing on Balaam, he then, when he grafted the tradition of Yanis and Yambres, he created a completely new tradition. But we can find echoes of at least the fact that they had I mean, it makes sense that two sorcerers will have a sorcerer father. It does make kind of narrative sense.
But also a little bit obvious they would be brothers given their names, no?
What?
The fact that their names are so similar also.
Yeah, no, well, in Hebrew they're not similar actually. The Yochanan and Mamre, that's actually they don't show any. In the Greek they become actually the Latin tradition preserves the name Mambris and not Yambris, which is closer to the Hebrew Mamre. No, but I do think that, let's say, Yanis was known, Pliny the Elder knows him, Apuleius knows him as a kind of famous sorcerer. They don't know about Yambris. So Yambris is an invention to create a brother so they can face the two brothers, Moses and Aaron. That's the kind of beginning of that's the invention. So that's why it's surprising that it's not known, because Yambris was invented as a brother to create the symmetry.
Do we have any other tradition, regardless of all this, about two brothers facing? Maybe it's obvious. Nothing comes to my mind right now.
We have other cases. We have quite a few cases. I mean, we have it usually with twins, where we create. It's a phenomenon not only in Jewish or Christian literature. It's all over in mythology. So you want to have two facing
also another set of brothers.
What?
Facing another set of brothers?
Yes, I think we do have that in a few cases, but we can see that that's kind of a generative has a generative function, that you create a brother to different characters in order to face to have the same kind of structure. But that's interesting to see that the basic structure, the so simple structure, and it's in the Bible. You have two brothers, Moses and Aaron, that actually is not preserved, whereas it's kind of the basis of the narrative.
Yes. Yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you so much, Yakir. Anybody else wants to ask a question? Moshe?
Hi, thank you. I was just thinking, continuing on brothers. I mean, it's not directly connected to what you said, but this whole idea of having a family of magicians, which we also have in Acts. Yeah, I just wondering if you had something to say about that, because usually magicians sort of seen as kind of a solitary figure, intellectual maybe, and here we have a kind of different authority which is connected to family. I mean, here it's just a literary,
Well, there are different
invention, I
trajectories
guess, but
about the sorcerer family. So
yeah,
in the Apocryphon, we clearly have them as being kind of a line of like of these priests. So they must probably go back, and Egyptian priests were obviously considered as magicians, and the fact that Egypt is the location of magic in these perceptions. In the later traditions, we suddenly see, that they have 473 followers there. So this is kind of an idea of a magical community. And actually, the sorcerer I mentioned, Ocham, in the Syriac source, he's clearly, as Sergei Minov has shown, he's kind of the evil side of Abraham. He's the one who gets the order from Satan to sacrifice his son. He does sacrifice his son, and then he goes down to Egypt just like Abraham does. So you have kind of the dark side of Abraham in this kind of sorcerer, and there he transmits all the knowledge, and then you create a huge community of sorcerers. So you're kind of having these. You want to create a community, kind of the rival community, this evil community compared to the good community. So it's kind of, again, you're creating these kind of binaries. So I think it's actually induces a creation of a larger group of magicians in order to kind of be who are led by these two brothers. And then you have obviously on the Jewish side a kind of another kind of community. And I think it's also in the Bible itself. You have the Chaltumim. They're not named. It's this group of magicians. It's much more than just one. It's not like kind of the head of the magicians. So it's a kind of an idea of a group of people. I think of a community of evil sorcerers. I think that's kind of very important to the tradition.
Thank you very much, Yakir. So we have now reached our well-deserved break, after which we will find our friend Mor, who will present her paper. So it's now 11:15, so let's meet again at 11:30 for whoever wants to prepare some coffee and take a break. But I leave the Zoom open. עודד, אנחנו שומעים את הכל, אתה יכול לעשות מיוט?
היי סברינה.
היי, רגע, אתה שומע אותי?
כן,
מה שלומך?
בסדר.
אני שמחה לראות אותך.
נו, אבל אני לא רואה את עצמי, אז אני לא מבין מה קורה פה עם המצלמה שלי, אולי, אני לא יודע.
לא יודעת.
לא יודע גם כן, בסדר. נו, מה
פספסת
שומעים?
דברים
מה זאת
מעניינים.
אומרת שומעים את...
מתי הגעת?
שומעים? מה?
מתי הגעת?
בערך ב10, לא, ב10:15, משהו כזה. אבל לא ראיתי את עצמי על המסך בכלל, אז ישבתי והקשבתי רק. שמעתי את יניב פוקס, לא חלק מיניב פוקס,
הבנתי.
ואת יקיר,
אה.
ואני ממתין מתי את מדברת?
אני לא מדברת.
את רק מנחה, טוב מאוד.
לא, תקשיב, לא היה לי כוח כשאנחנו ביטלנו
הכל
כאילו,
בסדר,
הכל,
הכל בסדר.
אני כאילו ויתרתי.
טוב מאוד.
עכשיו שיש לי תפקיד, אני לא רוצה לעבוד יותר.
כל הכבוד לך. תשלחי לנו את הספר,
כן,
אני
אני יכולה,
מזכיר לך.
סליחה, אני אעשה את זה עכשיו.
אחלה. תשלחי לי או לאסנת או לשנינו.
שניכם, כן.
בסדר גמור, נהדר. אני רואה שזו חבורה שלמה, לא גדולה, חשבתי שיהיו יותר אנשים.
אני חושבת שיש אנשים מצפון אמריקה שיצטרפו כשהם קמים, זה יום ראשון. תקשיב, זה יום ראשון בשעות לא פשוטות. זה לא...
נכון, נכון מאוד.
רגע.
אוקיי, אבל הרעיון יפה מאוד.
אני גם, אתה יודע, אני גם אוהבת ככה בקטנה, אני לא צריכה עכשיו... רגע, מה אני מחפשת? כן,
את פורפיריוס,
אני כל כך...
פמפילוס, סליחה.
כן. פמפילוס, איפה זה? שנייה. וואו, קשה לי להתרכז בזמנים האחרונים. איפה פמפילוס עכשיו?
טוב, אני לא אטריד אותך עכשיו, אבל אני אשלח לך מייל תזכורת, אז אל תתעסקי עם זה עכשיו.
לא, אבל זה לא הגיוני, שנייה. תקשיב, זה מפחיד אותי, איפה שמתי את זה עכשיו? משהו לא בסדר. הנה, למה אני לא מוצאת? רגע.
הנה מו.
סברינה, יש בעיה?
לא.
שלום עודד.
אהלן, אבל את לא
הנה,
רואה אותי, מה
מצאתי.
נעשה?
מצאתי. אני צריכה לשלוט, אני מקווה שזה הגרסה האחרונה, לא, זה לא. רגע, האם זה הגרסה האחרונה? כן, נראה לי שכן. אז אני שמה את זה. אני מקווה שזה האחרון.
בסדר, גם אם לא האחרון.
ו-
ותשלחי את הפרטים הנלווים, איפה זה יוצא וכו' וכו'.
כן.
מור, מה נשמע?
בסדר. ממש
טוב
ממש
מאוד.
ממש עסוקה בלהגיש את הדוקטורט, עודד.
אוי 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 אוי.
כן,
זה
כן,
הרגעים הכי מעצבנים.
לא, אני יודעת מה שאני, לא, אני יודעת איך אני עושה את זה. לא ככה, שנייה. אני אעשה forward ממשהו אחר.
טוב, מור, תעברי את הימים האלה והכל טוב.
קודם כל בוא נעבור אותם, יש ספק.
שגר ושכח. הסיפור הוא כמה זמן ייקח לקוראים לקרוא. זה
אוי,
הסיפור.
אנחנו צריכים שהם יזדרזו, כי אני לא אוכל לקבל את בובר אם לא יאושר לי הדוקטורט לפני.
את יודעת כמה זמן לקח לי לקבל את הדוקטורט?
וואי,
מסרתי אותו אחרי 10 שנים.
אני
אבל
זוכרת.
כי זהו, הוא אושר תוך 6 שבועות.
נו, יופי, אז יש תקווה.
יש תקווה.
יש
אבל זה היה
תקווה.
מקרה נדיר, זה היה מקרה נדיר.
לא, אני מקווה, לא יודעת אם 6 שבועות, אבל אני מקווה ש3-4 חודשים יהיה מספיק. כאילו,
בהצלחה.
תודה. תודה, יש לנו הרבה על מה לדבר, אבל זה אחרי שנגיש.
מי זאת אליזבת שרקין?
אז היא חלק מה-ERC של מארן, היא בגרמניה.
של מרן.
Mm.
וגרהם בארט הוא גם ב-ERC?
לא, גרם בארט הוא פרופסור בדורהאם, ב-early
בדורהאם.
middle ages.
על מה?
early middle ages.
טוב. ג'וש טימרמן?
אתה
ג'וש,
מכיר אותו, חבר הקנדי שלנו, מוונקובר, שנסעתי לכנס
ונקובר.
של מרק וסי, הוא זה שארגן
כן,
למרק
הוא
את
ארגן את זה.
הכנס.
יפה
כן,
מאוד.
בדיוק. הנה שחר בא להגיד שלום עם התינוקת.
שלום, אני באמצע חופשת
וואו,
לידה, אבל אני
לא
אומרת
ידעתי
היי.
שיש לה תינוקת, מזל טוב.
חדשה,
חדשה
עודד.
חדשה, היא טריה מאוד.
טריה
מזל
מאוד,
טוב.
כמה שבועות.
כן, כן, עכשיו היא סגרה
וואו.
4 שבועות.
אז
כבר את מכניסה אותה,
בחמוד
כבר את
שלה.
מכניסה אותה ללית אנטיקוויטי? מה עובר עלייך?
חשוב מאוד.
אפשר לראות את
זה
הבחור של
בין
התינוקת.
ירושלים לאתונה. יש לכם דף לאתונה.
אני רוצה לראות את
מה
הפנים
יש
שלה.
לירושלים לעשות עם אתונה?
אז
או מה
הנה,
לאתונה
גילינו.
אז
בירושלים?
הנה,
רגע, הנה נראה
כן,
לכם. שנייה
היא
רגע.
הלינק, היא המיסינג לינק. יפה מאוד.
ממש.
רגע, הנה רגע. נראה לכם פרצוף קטן. רגע, היא לא אוהבת לשבת פה, אבל בכל זאת. הנה, כמו שקוראים.
היא נורא
כן.
כועסת על האירוע הזה.
לא, היא מאוד, כן. בסדר, אנחנו
זה מדהים
נחליף,
שהיא בת 4 שבועות ויש לה כבר רצון משלה.
בואי. רציתי לשים אותך לא על הידיים. רגע.
טוב.
כן.
אוקיי,
טוב, חברים, אני מורידה את הסאונד שלא תסבלו. הופה.
מי זה יקיר
משתפת
ברנס?
פעולה
מור.
מרחוק. אז עודד,
מור.
שלחתי לך.
שלחת יופי, כל הכבוד, תודה רבה. יקיר ברנס? מי זה?
לא יודעת.
יקיר הוא תלמיד של איציק.
והנה יקיר
לא יקיר פז, כן, זה יקיר
לא.
אחר.
לא, באיזשהו שלב אני חשבתי שזה הסודו של יקיר
אהלן
פס.
יקיר. יקיר, מה נשמע? אתה שומע אותי, אבל אתה לא רואה אותי, זה כמעט כמו אצל
כן.
אלוהים. בסדר,
בסדר, שומע.
מה שלומך?
בסדר, תודה.
תודה על ההרצאה, היה מעניין מאוד.
כן, היה מאוד מעניין.
מאוד.
אור, איך אומרים? קזי דמוזה? מה השם שלך? קסי? קזי?
אני חושבת שזה קסאי.
זוט, קסאי. לא ידעתי.
כן, אבל כן, כי רק רציתי לוודא, אבל אני חושבת שככה שמעתי את ענת קוראת לה, אז כן.
בסדר. איזה חבל
כן.
אני עכשיו ממש מצטערת שלא הייתי יותר על זה ושלא הוצאנו איזה מסעדה רק ככה, אבל את עסוקה בכל מקרה, מור, לא הייתי יכולה. צריכה לעבוד.
איזה מסעדה? מה זאת אומרת?
להביא את כל הזומים לאוכל.
לפחות הישראלים, לפחות היינו אוכלים משהו איפשהו, לא יודעת.
אוכלים
כן,
משהו,
זה גם
שותים
נכון.
משהו. טוב. כולם
זה
נמצאים
בהזדמנות
בערים
אחרת.
אחרות. מי
טוב,
נמצא
עכשיו
בירושלים?
הייתי צריכה להודות לכולם שתמכו, למרות שהם לא תמכו, כי אנחנו...
מה, עשיתם את זה ככה?
מה?
עשיתם את זה באוויר? אבל איציק נתן לכם במה או מה?
לא, עשינו הרבה עבודה, ובצורה מסוימת היא אפילו הייתה כפולה, כי כאילו הכל נעשה, ואז הכל היה צריך לשנות, וכאילו, היו עניינים.
יש עוד אירועים באביב הזה? מתוכננים? עוד אירועים מתוכננים לאביב הזה?
לא מטעם
לא
סברינה
מטעם
ומטעמי.
הקבוצה.
כן.
אוקיי. טוב.
בטח יש מלא דברים, כן? אולי מארן
לא, אני
מארגנת
יודע, לא, אני
דברים.
לא מטעם הקבוצה הזאת של... הרעיון יפה מאוד, בהחלט יפה.
אני שלחתי גם בקלאסיקס.
טוב.
עוד כמה דקות. יקיר, כולם אומרים לי שאתה צריך לענות לאימיילים. כשהם ראו שאתה בתוכנית שלנו, אז יש כמה אנשים שאמרו לי, למה הוא לא עונה לי?
מי? מה?
היית
אהלן איציק.
מי שלח לי מיילים שלא עניתי?
דניאל ברבו.
איציק, אהלן.
אתה קיבלת איזה מייל מתישהו, לא יודעת.
לא זכור לי. אז,
אני הופכת לאג'נט שלך. So Josh, are you holding up?
Yes, yes, I'm doing okay. Got some more coffee.
Yeah, me too. I took a big one, strong one this morning.
Yeah.
What time is it for you?
Pardon?
What time is it in Vancouver?
Oh, it's 1:30 a.m.
Oh,
Oh my
God.
God.
Yeah.
What a strain, God.
It's okay.
You're a hero. But I'm feeling
Yeah.
a little bit less guilty knowing that if you had traveled in person, you would have been jet lagged like crazy anyway.
That's true. Either way, yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
What to do? Okay, next time I invite anyone, it's going to be in Australia, so be ready.
Yeah. I hear people out of my window just coming from the bars, like partying on a Saturday night. You know, it's what's going on right outside of my
That's
apartment
funny.
building. Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute and we're going to start when everybody's back. And Graham, you are 2 hours before us, so it's like 9:30 for you?
Yeah. Yeah, I have to say the three cats were very happy about the early start today because it meant they all got their breakfast very early.
Yeah, my dog had a short walk this morning. Laetitia, comment vas-tu? How are you?
Fine, fine. I have
Long time
coffee.
no see. I'm coming to Paris in
Yes,
December.
I know, in December.
I'm so looking forward to it.
Yeah, yes.
It's gonna be a long trip, but I intend to do the most of
How
it.
long do you stay in Paris?
I don't know yet. I still have to organize everything, at least a few days. And I think I might come from Israel because it's going to be in Australia summer vacation. So I think I will just, I will take, the opportunity to do the,
Okay.
like the tour.
European tour.
Yes, because Daniel also invited me to something else. I have to give another talk. So certainly a few. I hope we can have an opportunity to talk more.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, it's 11:30. And I am really excited to introduce Mo Habji, a PhD candidate in the Department of History at the Hebrew University, where she's writing and finishing, actually, as we speak, her dissertation under the supervision of Professor Yitzhak Chen on the reception of Augustine's concept of the Saikulum in the 5th century. Upon completing her PhD in the coming academic year, Moore will be a Buber Fellow at the Hebrew University. Congratulations. She will work on the reception of the Church Fathers in the early Middle Ages through Florilegium collections. Sounds really exciting. So during her doctoral studies, Moore has received several awards and fellowships, including the Talmon Prize and the Rotenstreich Fellowship, and she has published articles in peer-reviewed journals and edited volumes. She is the co-founder, together with Shahar Orlinsky, who is also here, of the Israeli Forum for the Study of Early Medieval Studies, an online platform well known to everybody here, I suppose, designed to connect scholars of the early Middle Ages in Israel with their counterparts abroad. The Foreign Lecture series is now in its 5th year already, and of course, we encourage everyone to take part. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you, Sabrina. So I guess you can see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for the introduction, and also I want to thank you for the hard work in organizing this workshop, especially considering the circumstances which have been very, very challenging. And I would also like to thank Anat, Kasai, and Itzik for their support and assistance as always. I'm very excited that despite the circumstances, we can come together and exchange ideas. As Sabrina mentioned, I will present a portion of my dissertation, which is due next month, so any comments and suggestions will be well received. Augustine revolutionized Christian thinking about the end of the world. He's often seen as the turning point in the divergence between Eastern and Western approaches to the end of the world in the early Middle Ages. In this lecture, I argue that this transformation was neither immediate nor uniform. Augustine's authority was quickly established, but the meaning of his eschatology remained open and was negotiated and reshaped by his readers. I shall focus on the reception of Augustine's novel eschatology in the works of Prosper of Aquitaine and Quodrus of Carthage, two of his closest students and followers. I argue that while both were deeply engaged with Augustine's theology and frequently quoted his works, each appropriated his ideas in accordance with his own literary and theological aims, as well as his own specific political context. Thus, the two drew on Augustine's authority, not necessarily on the content of his works. Augustine propagates that the exact timing of the world's end is unknowable. In his writings, he repeatedly quotes Acts 1:7 and states that men should not search for an end date to the world. Consequently, he also objects popular interpretations of prophecies that offer a calculative frame of the end. Augustine challenges the literal accuracy of numerical references in scripture and interprets two of the most popular prophecies in the late antique West, the 1,000 years in John's Apocalypse and the 77s from the book of Daniel. The first, which was interpreted by many as a chronological framework for the duration of the present age, marks for Augustine a symbolic and perfect number denoting a complete age rather than a fixed span of time. The second, which was commonly understood as referring to a period of 490 years leading to the fulfillment of divine redemption, was historically interpreted by Augustine to denote Christ's first coming. So for him, this prophecy was already fulfilled and does not refer to Christ's anticipated future arrival. In both instances, Augustine's conclusion remains the same. Such prophecies should not be used as chronological guides to the apocalypse. Instead, Augustine interprets the following phrase, "Blessed is that servant whom when the Lord shall come he shall find so doing," as a constant obligation to remain steadfast in practice and belief, unrelated to any specific so-called eschatological timeline. More fundamentally, Augustine's rejection of apocalyptic calculations reflects his refusal to conflate prophecy, exegesis, history, and apocalypse. He emphasizes the inability of humans to interpret historical events in line with God's plan on earth, including its end. Augustine objects the common interpretive practice of comparing current disasters with those foretold by the prophets in order to determine whether the end has arrived. He claims that calamities have always been a recurrent feature of human history and remarks, and I quote, "When, however, has the earth not been devastated by wars at different times and in different places? Such events, therefore, cannot serve as reliable indications of the end." Augustine further warns against reading history through an apocalyptic lens. He argues that failed apocalyptic expectations based on the interpretation of historical events may lead believers to doubt other divine promises and fall into despair of religion. Thus, it is better for the believer's personal sake not to know the timing of the end. He adds that calamities attested in the scripture will be so unprecedented and extreme that they will admit no room for doubt. Until then, signs should not be sought in historical and contemporary events. God's judgments in history remain hidden from mankind. Having dismantled the possibility of predicting the end, Augustine reconfigures the future as a tool for interpreting the present and guiding human actions. He employs the transcendent truths of divine revelation in order to offer ethical guidance for both individuals and communities. In the final books of the Civitas Dei, Augustine advances ideas such as predestination, grace, repentance, perseverance, theodicy, original sin, and resurrection, encouraging his readers to internalize these principles in their lifetime, make progress in their spiritual journey, and actively pursue salvation. This theology implies that salvation is not a future act, but a process initiated in the present. Furthermore, it is initiated within the individual through participation in the church and the reorientation of one's love towards God. In this way, Augustine shifts the focus of eschatology away from collective political and apocalyptic expectations and towards an ongoing personal transformation that unfolds within the course of history. Eschatology thus becomes a framework for an ethical life. So the following is a summary of some of the key aspects of Augustine's theology discussed so far. Instead of looking at the present and hope for the future, Augustine looked at the future to correct the present. In addition, his theology removed political entity from God's plan of salvation and freed the believer from searching an end date to the world. We will now examine whether Augustine's intentions were met. Let us move to Quodvuldeus, the bishop of Carthage. Quodvuldeus knew Augustine in person, corresponded with him, and was the dedicatee of one of Augustine's works. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that wherever possible, Quodvuldeus relied on Augustine's authority and text. Yet, that does not mean that Quodvuldeus simply copied and transmitted Augustine's ideas. Quodvuldeus lived in unsteady times and witnessed the Vandal occupation of Carthage in 440, an event that resulted in his exile to Naples. He lived in exile for the remainder of his life, and in exile he composed the Liber Promissionum, a historical work detailing the course of human history according to the promises and predictions given to mankind by God. This work presents a pronounced apocalyptic outlook, which has often led to Quodvuldeus being classified as a counter-Augustinian voice, frequently dismissed as lacking originality and as failing to grasp the complexity of his teacher's theology. Yet, a closer examination reveals the considerable elegance in which Quodvuldeus adapts Augustine's and others' teachings into practical and accessible theological instruction while remaining faithful to his own interpretation of salvation history. Like Augustine, Quodvuldeus devotes considerable attention to the end of the world. For him, the yet-to-be-fulfilled predictions and promises are the peak of history, the focal point of his work, and the author's reason for writing. In sharp contrast to Augustine's rejections of end-time calculations, Quodvuldeus adopts an apocalyptic chronology that situates the end of the world around 500 CE. Though adopting a well-established chronological tradition, Quodvuldeus offers a novel interpretation of the timing of the world by the timing of the world's end by integrating multiple prophetic frameworks into a single unified timeline. These include the 1,000 years in John's Apocalypse, the 77s from the Book of Daniel, and the four-nation theory, also from the Book of Daniel. So the four-nation theory refers to four kingdoms to rule the earth in succession, the fourth being Rome, and the fifth being Christ's eternal kingdom. So according to Quodvuldeus, both the 490 years and the 1,000 years begin around 500 BCE. For him, this date is associated with the fall of Babylon and the transition between empires described in the Book of Daniel. This year also marks the casting of the devil. It was during this war between the Babylonians and the Medes that the angel Michael won over the prince of the kingdom of Persia, the devil, and chained him. From this chronological standpoint, the 490 years culminate in the first coming of Christ, thus presenting an interpretation in line with Augustine's. At the same time, the 1,000 years extend forward from the same starting point, reaching their conclusion around 500 CE, the world's designated end. Here, Quodvuldeus rejects both the allegorical interpretation offered by Augustine and other millenarian interpretations that locate the binding of the devil at Christ's incarnation. Quodvuldeus's theological disagreement with Augustine does not prevent him from invoking Augustine's authority. On the contrary, he cites Augustine in a manner that fosters the impression of intellectual affinity and continuity with Augustine's thought. After offering a lengthy and clearly divergent explanation of the binding of the devil, Quodvuldos nevertheless acknowledges that by the end of the 1,000 years, the devil will be released for a short while. At this point, he turns to Augustine, quoting his reflections on the trials that the righteous will face when the devil regains full power. And I quote, "But how great of a virtue, as the blessed Augustine of holy memory said, will then be exerted in the saints, who will fight against the devil once he is released, when even while he is bound they struggle with such great dangers." What is striking is not only the fact that Quodvuldos cites Augustine despite advancing a different interpretation, but that he draws on the very same chapter in which Augustine develops an alternative allegorical reading of the binding and release of the devil. Quodvuldos simply disregards Augustine's allegorical and very lengthy explanation, only to quote the final clause in the chapter, which complemented his perception. Unlike Augustine, who maintains a distinction between history, prophecy, and apocalypse, Quodvuldos reads present occurrences as direct manifestations of eschatological prophecy. In the prophecies of the Medium Temporis, he describes cases such as the exorcism of a possessed girl, the destruction of pagan temples, and the struggle against heresy. Furthermore, he keeps uncharacteristically long descriptions of instances such as witchcraft, false prophets, and persecutions happening all over the world. These uncharacteristically long descriptions can be explained by his desire to prove that the incidents that he details are not but regular customs, as Augustine would put them, but visible historical signs of the devil's activity and the unfolding of the last age. Thus, Quodvuldos, unlike Augustine, employs the end to explain and structure the future. He reinforces an urgent call to repentance, imploring believers to amend their lives in preparation for the approaching judgment. And here is a comparison between Quodvuldos and Augustine, and indeed you can really see that there is quite a few differences between the two authors, yet even these did not prevent Quodvuldos from drawing extensively on Augustine's works, either verbatim in case the two authors agreed on the subject at hand, or if the two authors were not in complete agreement, in a selective and modified way to fit his own narrative. Apocalyptic emphasis in this case does not single opposition, but rather a different mode of Augustinian reception. Now we move to Prosper of Aquitaine. Prosper and Augustine never met in person, but the two corresponded, and Prosper even defended Augustine's theology of grace after the latter's death. For our purpose here, Prosper presents a mirror image to Quodvuldos. Whereas Quodvuldos is perceived as holding a countering opinion, Prosper is portrayed in scholarship as the first representative of Augustinianism. Yet, an examination of the theology reveals a few very distinct variations. Prosper wrote a Chronicon, an adaptation and continuation of Jerome's and Eusebius's work, but with a theological aim, to advance the idea of the elect, an idea he learned from Augustine and spent many years defending. His historical and literary affiliation with Jerome's and Eusebius's works immediately contradicts parts of Augustine's theological claims. Following Jerome, Prosper proposes a year count based on millenarian calculations. He dates the first edition of the Chronicon to the 5634th year of the world, making 800 CE the completion of 6,000 years and the designated date for the end of the world, so very different from Augustine. Yet, in his Chronicon, Prosper advances a non-apocalyptic eschatology, which I argue is best understood as reflecting Augustine's influence. His interpretation of the 70 weeks in the books of Daniel minimizes apocalyptic expectations, as he sides with Augustine, as you can see in front of you. It is especially significant given the fact that the Chronicon is a work of salvation history, while the apocalyptic horizon is deliberately restrained. The relationship between apocalypse, eschatology, prophecy, and history is quite nuanced in Prosper's work and reveals the process of careful adaptation of Augustine's theology. On the one hand, he's writing salvation history, as I mentioned, and his narrative is structured to show progress and ultimately history's conclusion. In this sense, his work clearly follows an eschatological trajectory and places historical events within the larger story of redemption. So, unlike Augustine, he reads events as sign of divine judgments unfolding in history. But at the same time, and unlike Quod Vuldeus, Prosper does not treat these events as sign that the end is imminent. On the contrary, Prosper draws a typological parallel between the 10 plagues of Egypt and the 10 persecutions against the Christians to push the apocalypse away from present history. This comparison was well known in the time of Prosper's writing. It frames the Christian suffering within a biblical pattern, presenting the persecutions as part of a divinely ordered history. In this typology, the last persecution will be conducted by the Antichrist and is compared with the Israelites crossing the river. This comparison was already contested by the time of Prosper's writing. Some authors, such as Sulpicius Severus, used it in an explicitly apocalyptic way, arguing that the 10th and final persecution is imminent. Others, such as Orosius, adopted it to frame his eschatological theology, and Augustine was critical of it. He challenged the idea that the persecution started with Nero, pointing instead to the deaths of Christ and the apostles, and even to ongoing persecutions in his own time. In doing so, he effectively removes the apocalyptic force of this comparison. Prosper offers his own novel interpretation. He combines Sulpicius Severus's count of 9 persecutions with Augustine's skepticism, while also adding further instances which he labels as persecutions. In this way, he suggests that persecutions are not confined to a fixed sequence, but continue to occur throughout history. By insisting that further persecutions may still precede the coming of the Antichrist, Prosper dissolves the model's predictive force. The result is a historical reading in which apocalyptic implications are neutralized. Thus, different from Quod Vuldeus, a distinct mode of reception is seen in Prosper's work. Defending an Augustinian theological principle, Prosper did not share a few of Augustine's eschatological and historical claims. The examples presented here form only a small part of a broader investigation into Augustine's eschatology and his historical reception developed in my dissertation. Taken together, they point to a complex intellectual landscape in which Augustine's authority was widely acknowledged, yet his ideas were selectively interpreted, adapted, and at times constrained. Rather than a unified Augustinian position, we find a range of engagements shaped by distinct theological aims and historical contexts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mor, and thank you for sharing with us some of your findings in advance. The floor is open now to questions. Graham?
Yeah, thanks very much for that. I learned a lot from that. Just sort of on your final point about sort of the authority of Augustine, it's really striking that in Augustine's entry in Gennadius's De Viris Illustribus, if you look at the 8 or 10 earliest manuscripts of the text, which are remarkably early, they're all 9th century and earlier. No two entries in the manuscripts are the same. I mean, in other words, each manuscript copy of Gennadius on Augustine has different things to say about Augustine, right? They all share this basic point. Is this amazing line that I was thinking of during Josh's talk, romancit Catholicus. He stayed, whatever Catholicus means. But almost all the other points in the entry differ, and some of the entry copies are quite critical about the degree to which he entered into error because of writing too much, and others are actually very defensive, saying that people have claimed that he said erroneous things, but it's totally their fault for misreading him. So I just sort of mention it because I think it absolutely backs up your overall point, right? I mean, that everyone acknowledges this authoritative presence of Augustine. They can't really do anything otherwise because there's so much of it. However, he's a deeply contested figure. you know, in the centuries after his death. And so the idea that he's axiomatically seen as Catholic is something that's very much debated.
Thank you. That is excellent. Yeah, and Gennadius himself is a problematic biographer of Augustine. I have a friend who is writing about Gennadius from the perspective of the intellectuals in Gaul, which were very critical of Augustine at the time. And one of his claims is that he's minimizing Augustine's influence in certain ideas because his peer group did not agree with Augustine's conclusions. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's very, very interesting. Thank you for pointing it out.
Yep.
Josh, you want to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you, Moore. That was terrific. Really, really interesting. My question is we know that Taconius's writings, both certainly the Liber Regularum, maybe not his Apocalypse commentary, influenced Augustine's eschatological thinking, right? I mean, he acknowledges it explicitly in De Doctrina Christiana, right? But it's also there very much in City of God, in that letter to Ezechius, the 199. What I'm wondering is these figures you've looked at here, specifically Quod Deus and Prosper, but these other post-Augustinian or Augustine influenced figures like Rosius, do they pick up on any of these sort of distinctly Taconian threads in terms of Augustine's? Do they ever acknowledge it explicitly, I guess? But then also these ideas that seem to be influenced from Taconius in Augustine's thinking, do these recur in people like Quod Deus and in Prosper of Aquitaine?
Well, thank you for that, Josh. So, in terms of specifically mentioning Tychonius's name, I haven't encountered it. But funnily enough, Orosius, which we are so used to considering as a counter Augustinian voice in terms of his history, is actually following up on the allegorical yet historical interpretation of the seven ages, which is something that he picked up from Augustine, which is something that he picked up from Tychonius. So this is sort of a third generation of Tychonius's thinking, but I really think that he got that from Augustine rather than getting it from Tychonius, considering the relationship between the two authors, especially in the matter of history. So that was my impression. I haven't encountered a Tychonian influence in Orosius, but I will maybe have a look again. I mean, I'm not a philologist, but yeah.
Well, and it would be interesting with Quod Deus as a fellow African, if like what if he ever sort of quarrels with or uses Taconius in this way, right? But
yeah, but the Quod
Taconius is invisible. Yeah.
Yeah, so Quod Deus is much more critical of heresies in a sense than Augustine. And whenever he quotes heretical figures, it's always in a negative sense. So I think that even if he read and agreed with Tychonius, he would use Augustine as authorities to kind of clear the path for him in that sense.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sabrina?
Yes.
Oded.
Oded, we are listening to you.
Okay, sorry.
Because you're in the dark and you didn't raise your hand, so you were right to voice
incognito, like God anyway, so disregard my lack of appearance. Thanks, Mo. This was really fascinating, wonderful. One has to bear in mind that the dating of the around 500, has inadvertently has been in dialogue with similar and parallel rabbinic calculations which were floating about the same time. This is a very important point because I think that these speakers, either out of knowledge, or these Christian scholars out of knowledge, or probably out of what was sort of circulating in the air, knew about that or knew about the possibilities that were circulating. So the 500 years mark is the 400 years round, 400 years mark of the destruction of the Second Temple, which is a reenactment of the Egyptian salvation, which is an ongoing calculation in the rabbinic world. So if we take year 70, so 470 and beyond, because there are two calculations in the Bible itself, brings us towards the year 500. This, in any way, this sort of merges, but both calculations are zero-sum game.
Mm-hmm.
Christian
Yeah.
salvation is Jewish downfall, and vice versa. This is how this is built or set in the 70-week calculation was dropped by the rabbis, and especially because Daniel was not seen as a prophet, he was seen as a simple seer, and hence he could speak about the past rather than the future. And if you see where he's placed in the Bible, he's placed in the texts which are not the biblical, not the prophetic texts, among the prophetic texts. This makes the whole calculation, the whole world of calculation, I think, even more dense and even more important in the way you describe them within the second and third generation of Augustinians in the 5th century. Augustine is the odd man out because all around the East there was so much apocalyptic going on, apocalyptic calculation, apocalyptic prophecies going on, and calamities and cataclysmic events were all put in the chronologies of the period and were added up in a way, or were placed in a whole matrix of future apocalyptic times. You see that in Malalas, in Antioch, and you see that in all over. Earthquakes were reckoned within a whole sequence. And finally, my point, the 10 plagues are also mentioned by Lactantius. He also uses the same trope as all the others, which ends at the end of the Great Persecution. This was a wonderful presentation. Thanks, Mo.
Thank you very much, Oded. I've noted all your comments and I've read your paper and it's already cited in the dissertation. So everything I know about the content of the Jewish context of Christian apocalyptic tendencies regarding the year 500 is all you. So thank you very, very much.
So
thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Oded. Thank you, Mo. We now welcome, and we're not too late, we now welcome, very excited to welcome Graham Barrett. Dr. Barrett is an assistant professor of early medieval European history at Durham University, where he's a member of the Institute of Medieval and Early Modern Studies and the Center of Catholic Studies, a social and cultural historian of language and literacy in the early medieval Iberian Peninsula and Mediterranean world. His work is centrally concerned with what he calls the biography of text, who used writing, how, to what ends, and with what consequences for society and culture. His research also encompasses transcultural exchange between Christians and Muslims across the Middle Ages and classical reception in the medieval and early modern periods. His first monograph, entitled Text and Textuality in Early Medieval Iberia, The Written and the World, 711-1031, Oxford University Press, 2023, won the 2025 La Coronica International Book Award for the best monograph on medieval Hispanic languages, literatures, and cultures. And we are really delighted to welcome you, Graham, although not in person, but thank you for joining us on an early Sunday.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to share my presentation. Can you see fine? Yeah, okay. So, sorry, just minimize. Yeah. I'm just going to start off by sort sort of summarizing my overall argument, and then I'm going to rattle through some evidence which I hope actually bears out what I'm suggesting. So my topic is two strands of intellectual culture that are usually treated separately, but which I'm going to suggest inform each other. And my argument in brief is that in late antiquity, the scarcity and the instability of textual transmission, it doesn't just act to constrain access to books the way we understand books, but it also generates a parallel and potentially competing set of intellectual strategies of what I'm going to call closure and openness. And what I mean by that is that we have both writers and readers trying to either stabilize texts through canon formation and correction, or else to valorize their instability, right? To lean into the inexhaustibility of texts and our imperfect knowledge of them. So, as a starting point, and I've chosen this example as a salute to Sabrina. I mean, our probably unconscious mental model of textual transmission in late antiquity is something like this. I mean, it's one of libraries and books and copying, what I call the ideal of full access. And if you read what Jerome is saying here, I've discovered, I embrace and hold on to, I believe I'm in possession of. I mean, implicit in this model is non-transmission or loss, the possibility of non-transmission and of loss. But what Jerome is describing here is a basically tangible model of access to books, right? He's describing material access to physical volumes. I'm sort of toward the end of translating the De Viris Illustribus tradition from Jerome down to the 10th century for Liverpool translated text for historians. And from my interest in the tradition, I've come to focus instead on what we might call the contingency of transmission. And I've given as an example here the two successive entries on John Chrysostom in Jerome and then Gennadius's De Viris Illustribus. And you can see that the model here is somewhat different. It's speaking to a reality of much more partial access. Both entries are emphasizing to different degrees the difficulty of access to books, the partiality of access to books. Clearly, we might infer from these entries, and there's actually another entry by Isidore of Seville on John Chrysostom, which makes the same basic points, even centuries later, of limited access. Clearly, we might say that readers knew of more to read than they could ever actually read, than they could ever access to read. There's a much greater knowledge of potential reading out there than there is access to actual reading. So I think actually a better starting point than the sort of Origen, Pamphilus, Eusebius, Jerome network might be this one, a lesser known exchange between two Iberian religious, Braulio of Saragossa and Fructuosus of Braga. And they're discussing one of the sort of, set texts of late antiquity, Cassian's conferences. And you can see from this exchange that they know of Cassian's conferences, actually in quite a bit of detail. They know, in other words, the sort of headline info about the components of Cassian's conferences, but they also face real limits to access. And there's two here that are outlined. One is local availability, right? Fructuosus of Braga is in the northwest of Iberia, and he says, we've searched Galicia, and basically we can't find any copies. But they're also facing the access limitation of its length, right? The sheer length of this particular work. We could draw analogies with the Bible and the challenges of its length. They describe three subdivisions. and refer to access of only to one. So the background to this, the background to Braulio, is the sort of factors affecting access to an author. And these factors, which I'm going to sort of rattle through, they can affect access to an author in terms of part of the author's output, only having access to some but not all of his works, or part of a given output, right? Only having access to one portion of a text of which you know that there's a larger whole. As a starting point, I mean, Galen, in his sort of autobibliography, is speaking to loss in his own lifetime of his own works, right? That this is what he's describing here as a basic reality. I mean, he mentions this as part of a larger set of concerns about authorship. He's also concerned about copies of his own works which have circulated without his name attached to them, or which have circulated with stuff in them that he didn't write. But his basic point here is about the possibility of loss, and he only recovers some of his lost works with great difficulty. That's a point he emphasizes. And related to this is a theme that many authors articulate, but I've given examples from Jerome and Augustine here in their letters, which is the time and the cost involved in the circulation of literature. So the sending of copies of books, but the expense of copying has to be a consideration, and also the time involved, not only in writing, in making a copy, but then in circulating copies once they're made. So in response, I mean, most scholars from late antiquity with a surviving output of any size, as Livanius certainly does, record at some stage their search for books, right? Their attempt to acquire books. And letter collections in particular fill out the picture of the De Viris Illustribus on how access to books could work. So we have Libanius here seeking out books wherever he can, and then we have Augustine and Symmachus, respectively, really describing the classic model of book exchange being a feature of elite networking, right? This is a sort of subset of the elite culture of gift giving, but applied specifically to the world of books. And the underlying problem, of course, is book production, right? And the mechanics of book production in the pre-modern world. The state might be mobilized in special cases. Of course, this is one of the most famous example of a description of book production from late antiquity. Constantine mandating sort of what for the time would constitute mass production of the Bible. And of course, there's other special cases, the Theodosian Code or the Justinianic Code. I mean, both sort of presuppose a degree of mass production. But even so, as Jerome notes here in this example, copying was imperfect. So mass production didn't guarantee mass production that was correct. So it might simply guarantee mass sort of almost misproduction, if you want to call it that. And so we find, Cassiodorus, when he sort of famously describes the scribal labor of the monk, really leaning on the necessity for quality control as an essential feature of copying. And if we move from late antiquity to the early Middle Ages, it's hard to escape the conclusion that access has become sort of more limited. The Benedictine rule seems to be rationing books, right, by mandating their sort of one at a time distribution. Now, of course, this is usually read as being part of a culture of slow, intensive reading, but it also has the effect of rationing the distribution of probably scarce books. And Isidore, when he tackles the definition of sort of copying and copyists, you can see that for him, copying means, first of all, not losing, right? So it's a strategy of not allowing the perishing of literature. And Bede, of course, famously in his preface, is quite clear on the limits of survival of knowledge. So we have in the early Middle Ages the same response of mobilizing personal networks, which is apparent. But it seems to me that the scope is greater than select volumes, right? I mean, Bede's example is of a whole library being brought to Britain from the continent by Benedict Biscop. And also, there's a sense of needs being unmet, right? So not being met through this network. Boniface and even into the Carolingian period, Lupus of Ferrier, I mean, they are seeking out even what we might think of as the basics, right? Boniface asking for copies of the Pauline epistles, or Lupus attempting to track down works of Cicero, which he knows of but doesn't have. So there's this sense of the same strategies at work here, maybe more intensively, but not always being met. Of course, we all know there are far more surviving manuscripts in the Carolingian period, but we have, if anything, an even more intensive focus in the sources on the need for correction, right? Of fighting against the work of Jerome's careless scribes. And for Alcuin, of course, this is urgent for the biblical text, but it's applicable to all texts as the sort of state admonition mandates here. What's interesting is that it's not just writing which entails correction, but to Urbanus Maurus, reading is an act of correction as well. So this is a sort of basic condition of the world of literature. So the overall situation approximates what I described in my book. And by that I mean I surveyed not the literary world, but the diplomatic world, and for my book. So 4,000 charters from Iberia between about 700 and 1,000. And what I determined was that one of the things I looked at was the rate in which these charters cite other texts. And this is a snapshot of it. These charters in Iberia cite other texts at a high and a growing rate, rising from about 20% of charters citing some other text in 911 to 40% at the end of the period. But what I was surprised to find is despite this intensity of sort of intertextuality, there was very little sign of a background of manuscript circulation to support this level of intertextuality. Now, one can profile the working library of a scholar, so I tried to do the same for a scribe. And as in this example, he might cite canon law, he might cite the Bible, he might cite other charters, he might cite monastic rules, he might cite Visigothic law, right? So we have a sort of dense set of references to other texts within the scope of a charter. So there's a high degree of intertextuality in the composition of a charter. Here, yellow for canon law, this is the same text, blue for monastic rules, red for the Bible, green for other charters, purple for secular law. But there's a mismatch between this evidence for transmission and the only minimal evidence for these cited texts being in actual circulation, right? And that was the sort of problem that I outlined and tried to suggest an answer for. And the solution that I proposed was transmission mediated by circulation, not of whole texts, for which there's very little evidence, but by means of fragments, partial copies. And I gave this example here that on the left you have a charter which cites or draws on some Visigothic law, and on the back of it you have two extracted laws from the Visigothic law code written out on the back here. But also more broadly, I think that the charters themselves are transmitting the fragments of texts that they're constantly citing. And I suggest that this, rather than books in libraries, is what reading in our period really looks like. So just to stop and summarize for a second before I turn to the ramifications, we have scarcity and instability of transmission, right? Cost and labor generally, but also sort of resource and language locally. And together they mean that many works are rare or lost by late antiquity. And so citation at one or more remove from the original, that we think of as the real text, emerges as a sort of norm because the original is no longer accessible. This is what we might call an excerpt culture of writing, a sort of systematic literary strategy for managing scarcity of access. And I think citation chains, just to sort of start, show this kind of fragmentary transmission. Eusebius cites secondhand explicitly, right? He tells us at times he's doing so. In the example here, his wording fits with Irenaeus more closely than what we can reconstruct of Papias. Augustine can be more discreet, citing implicitly. Here, I mean, Varro, by his time, already mostly lost, and Augustine's presentation very closely parallels Tertullian's presentation in Ad Nationes of the bit of Varro in question. And of course, excerpt collections circulated widely, more easily, maybe even represent best practice of reading in our period. With Lactantius on Cicero, his quotations are quite inexact or conflated, and they fit the pattern of known florilegia. And Macrobius on Varro, the wording of Macrobius is often quite recognizably later Latin in phrasing, rather than how Varro would have written originally, paralleling other compilations. Isidore on Pliny, definitely drawing from later summaries, often with errors that have crept in the meantime. Isidore really is actually systematically second-hand or even third-hand in his knowledge. And there's sort of still more mediation in these cases of reading by proxy, right? And of course, it's not a sort of exclusive practice here. Jerome read some Origin in Greek, but he also relied on Latin translations and abbreviations to engage with Origin. So his wording can sometimes match Rufinus more closely. Ambrose, similarly, I mean, Philo's reading of Genesis 2:7 is here channeled through Origen's reformulation of it by the time that it reaches Ambrose. So there's clear evidence for an excerpt culture of writing as a problem, a response to the problem of transmission, which sort of adds to our problem of textual transmission. And it's interesting that the same approach as to writing is advocated by Isidore to reading, right? You can see here that he's emphasizing in his Sententiae the key role of memory as a preserver, as a transmitter. So don't read too much, right? Because you will overload your memory, and memory is a sort of key agent in transmission. And he's imagining, what you're to do when you no longer have access to a text, right? So, and whether that be because the text has been taken back by the person in the sacristan in the monastery, or because you simply don't have access to a given text. So in other words, behind this approach to reading is the same contingent availability of, or sort of partial access to books. So these are all pragmatic solutions to the problem, contributing to the distinctive shape of late antique literary culture. And in what remains, I want to look at other responses to the same problem, which are usually treated separately as evolutions that are internal to late antique literary culture rather than being a response to this basic problem. So start with the study of the Bible. To Jerome, the biblical text multiplied in its copies. So what both Eusebius and Augustine cast as scholarship, all right, of the sort of intellectual study of the Bible, is also more pragmatically the correction of the multiplication of the biblical text that Jerome outlines as a basic problem. Similarly, we normally treat canon formation, right? The late antique impulse to form a canon on which there's been so much great recent scholarship. We normally treat this as a matter of theology. And I've given you here sort of the two of the classic examples, Athanasius and Jerome, amongst others, defining what are the books of the New Testament and the Old Testament. But as Augustine recognizes in De Doctrina, there's an inherently arbitrary act of authority here at work as well, right? A judgment call. And I think a useful way actually of looking at canon formation is in this context of instability and scarcity, right? To say that many late antique canonization efforts, not least the De Viris Illustribus tradition, is a sense to form a reading list to answer the problem of there being too much to read and not enough access to it, right? To really to rationalize this problematic situation. Now, in the early Middle Ages, problem of access is made worse by education. As Bede notes, there are many who have not learned to read. And we have, famously the Carolingian attempts, state effort to address this problem. But, we also have at the same time, alongside the ability to read, Alcuin emphasizing the ability to read rightly being the object of education. One example alongside others, again, including the De Viris Illustribus, of a response to the problematic transmission of writing being aiming to correct and to foreclose the possibility of multiple erroneous meanings. So the sort of impulse to curate reading is omnipresent in our period. We typically read it as a question of Christianity versus paganism, as in this famous letter of Gregory saying, don't teach grammar, you're a bishop, or sin versus salvation, as in the Benedictine rule, or by extension, orthodoxy versus heresy. But what's also going on here is the placing of limits on what needs to be found and what needs to be read, right? Circumscribing the reading list. And we can relate this to the act of compilation, another distinctively late antique mode. And we have here Duoda in the preface to her manual for her son, really saying, resolving access limits by saying, here is what you need to read, and that's enough. So canonization and consolidation might be as much strategic responses to the problem of scarce and unstable transmission as products of intellectual culture. And Braulio, again, can serve as our model, right? He's describing the work of the scholar here. And it's conditioned by material access. Here, simply the availability of parchment related to the cost of book production. But also it involves decisions to limit the scope of the text, right? To close off the scope of the text. In this commentary on the Apostle, he's describing it's a question of what to include and what to exclude. So what remains is an unresolved tension, right? An abiding concern around closure of text and comprehension of knowledge as unattainable or even undesirable ends. In the De Viris Illustribus, there's a constant refrain of not yet read, right? The anxiety over the incomplete work, the incomplete reading. And one answer is in abridgment, right? This is fascinating preface in verse to the Iberian collection of canon law, the Hispana, which says, this is an abridgment, and in its partiality, it is complete. Right? It represents sort of a complete incompleteness. So faced with the unachievable task of reading a scarce and unstable text, we have the appeal to the divine, right? And Cassian states this in what becomes sort of one of the major monastic readings, right? Not by reading, but by purity of heart. And late antique hagiography, like Gregory, Valerius as examples, often pairs miraculous comprehension with closure. So divine insight renders further reading needless, and meaning is both fully revealed and terminated, right, brought to an end. Against these miraculous moments, mundane man had to confront limits of expression, right, traceable to Neoplatonic thought and Plotinus. The Bible, as Origen states, bore multiple interpretations. And these, in the words of Augustine, were all simultaneously true. So to us, at least, the one true text, the scriptural text, is indeterminate. So by way of wrapping up, we all love books 1 to 9 of the Confessions, and we tend to sort of move swiftly on from books 10 to 13 because they're so baffling. But one of the least remarked upon but most remarkable passages of late antique literature is this, in book 13 of the Confessions, a vision of ineffable and infinite reading. Right? The codex is never closed, the book is never shut. This is Augustine leaning into the problem of textual transmission, right? Reading which has no end because the text has no end and the multiplication of the text has no end. And this sort of indeterminate text, productive of meanings, becomes the model for all Christian writing lacking final form. Jerome presents this frequently in the voice of humility, right, calling for correction of himself, completion of himself. But of course, it must be read against his constant complaints, blaming scribes for everything. And Augustine here accepts the death of the author. So lastly, the realities of textual transmission in late antiquity generate this paradoxical impulse to openness and closure. As in his Confessions, the ending of Augustine's City of God does not truly end the text. The argument is resolved, and eternal rest beckons. History is fulfilled, but the outcome is infinite. So the text, as he prays, is simultaneously too short, too long, and enough in itself. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Graham. I really, really enjoyed this, especially since you touch a lot of the problems and the complexities of that I touch in my own work. And so I will take advantage again of my position to ask the first questions and comment on your paper. So first of all, I totally agree with the fact that it's an excerpt culture, and I would even push even further, and that's what also I do in my book on Pamphilus, which is that we tend to be obsessed with books because we are still surrounded by books, and I think that we have also an anxiety now about books because of the digital world around us. And so we are obsessed with books and we are obsessed with codices, and then we are obsessed also with libraries. And a lot of scholars tend to look for libraries and reconstruct libraries. And in my work, I try to say, let's stop looking for libraries because it doesn't make sense. First of all, we can't do it. Second of all, this is not how it works. And so I think that what you are showing in this paper and in your book is also true for periods that are a little bit earlier, where these people not only function by excerpt because they don't have a choice, but this mode in which they are maybe forced by the just pure materiality of things also creates new channels of authority and transmission. And when Eusebius quotes someone quoting someone else, it's creating a chain of authority. And so in the end, it doesn't really matter what they had in their library. They had a larger space of bibliographic imagination where, they could retrieve things and they were copying excerpts and they could borrow and, lend books and give back. And like you said, also had shorter, incomplete works. And so that the book themselves in the end become portable libraries. Which is really interesting. So I really concur with you, and I just wanted to say that I agree, and that I think that we really should, in the light of what you said, look at all this book obsession differently. And then just a question, yeah.
Yeah. No, go on.
We agree. But I just wanted to ask you another question now, which is a little bit out of topic. Not out of topic, but do you think that we are going back now to an excerpt culture because we now, for the opposite reason, we have so much access and so much production that with AI and with simply living in a digital world, we go to retrieve what we need, and more and more, instead of reading entirely, we go fetch and we cut and we cite small excerpts, and in a way, for opposite reasons. Do you think that we're going back to something like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's undoubtedly AI sort of functions a bit like sort of excerpt culture reading. I mean, it tends to sort of extract and stop and sort of foreclose whole books and replace them with sort of bits and pieces. I'm struck by this kind of always being a feature, though, of scholarship, and one that we probably don't acknowledge enough. I mean, Dr. Johnson famously asked someone else, do you actually read books all the way through? And I mean, the point was, that is that what scholarship is, right? Is it about whole books and the reading from cover to cover? And I probably think that I've probably come to think that that's the exception rather than the rule, and so that
What is the exception? Reading from a
yeah,
meaning?
reading cover to cover is probably the exception, and sort of always is. There's a very interesting book called Too Much to Know, which is
Yeah.
about sort of early modern scholarship, and it makes this basic point, right, which is about this anxiety about the totality of knowledge, and
That has
therefore,
always existed, yes.
yeah, yes, exactly, yeah.
Thank you. I will take Josh and then Elizabeth.
Thank you. Thanks, Graham. That was excellent. I mean, really, really interesting and enjoyable to think with. And my question is kind of vague, but I kept thinking of instances of late antique or early medieval authors referring to books that may or may not have ever existed. Like two examples that come to mind immediately. One I'm sure you've thought a lot about recently is Jerome referring to this Hebrew version of Matthew, right? That he claims is in the library at Caesarea, and he claims that he has like secondhand knowledge of this Hebrew text of Matthew that, according to most modern scholars, probably never existed, right? Another instance that I was thinking of is Cassiodorus in his Institutiones, where he says he's trying to get this compilation of Augustine's writings on Paul produced by a certain Peter of Tripoli, right? And there's no evidence that such a text was made. Such a text ended up at Bavarium. For all we know, Bede's attempt at this in the 8th century was the first serious attempt, not counting Eugipius. So I'm just wondering, I guess, as a vague question, how do you think instances like this of people claiming knowledge of books that either don't exist or don't or maybe never existed fits into your discussion here about books and scarcity and this culture?
Yeah, well, a part of really what I'm discussing is the way in which knowledge of text circulates, even as much as the texts themselves, right? And so it's quite clear in the De Viris Illustribus that knowledge of titles, for example, circulates, and sometimes that's all that's known. But to your point, I mean, one of the most unstable features of texts in the pre-modern world is their titles. And I mean, even in Jerome's lifetime, he and Augustine get into a huge fight about what the title of De Viris Illustribus is. And Augustine says he has a copy which is missing the title page, and he doesn't know what the title is, and Jerome gets angry with him and basically says, bugger off. And I mean, so the title as access to what a text is totally unstable. So I would imagine many of these phantom texts are really products of this process, right? Whereby you know of a text by some title which may or may not correspond to the reality, or there might be multiple versions of the same title out there. But at the same time, referring to texts which may or may not exist is also part of a literary strategy. And you can see this in the Historia Augusta, right? Where when the author of the Historia Augusta is making up stuff about imperial history, he or they like to say, oh, it's based on my reading of this text. But over the course of the Historia, the author sometimes winkingly reveals that the text doesn't exist. So there's famously a text which is supposed to be in the library of Trajan, and it's mentioned early in the Historia Augusta. and then later on, one of the characters goes to the library of Trajan, and there's nothing there. And so the whole point is clearly like, look, this text is a make-believe way of authenticating what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
So
have the other
sometimes my students do this too, where they've invented a title of a book. Either it's an AI hallucination or they've just invented a plausible sounding book published by Oxford in 1992 or something, right? Yeah.
I just want to say one thing here. I just want to intervene to say that last year or 2 years ago was published a book about books, titles without books. So it's published by Marian Bielan-Kartsov and Liv Ingborg.
Right.
And there's I think it's a special issue where they focus exactly on that, books that exist only through titles and books that we know only through titles.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. I mean, it is a bit like an AI hallucination, though, sometimes. I mean,
yeah.
I had a student submit an essay on this.
I am really sorry. I will have to interrupt that exchange to let Elizabeth quickly ask her question before we move to our next speaker because we're already very late.
Yes, thank you very much for your talk. I'm hope that I will be very brief. So my question was, you mentioned that that Augustine actually anticipates or even articulates the death of the author, and I was just wondering, was it perhaps because he was very much concerned by the pseudepigraphic writings and by the authority that would be attributed to the supposed authors? Has this something? Is there a connection to this, or was this a completely different concern of his?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I mean by that is that in his Retractationes, he says right up front that his works have entered circulation and taken on a life of their own. In some cases before he even published them, right? Before he even released them. And he recognizes that it's too late and impossible actually to define what his works mean. And in that sense, he's recognizing, right, that the author is just the starting point of what a text comes to mean. And his Retractationes are simultaneously, in a very Augustinian way, simultaneously an attempt to reimpose authorial control, but also an acknowledgement that there is no such thing as authorial control.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Shachar, you want to ask a question, I saw. So this is the last question we are taking.
Right. Thank you very much. This was very thought-provoking. And it's a question, comment, something in between. And if anyone has an idea, I would love to hear also maybe by email. So what you said made me think about the production of legal material. So my work has more to do with law. And I was wondering if you can see evidence to legal material being produced in a way that's so either produced to be used in excerpts or yeah, that's the main thing, because what I have in mind is the different collections containing the Lex Salica, the Lex Februaria, right? They never actually contain the full collection, right? It's always excerpts, it's always bits and pieces. And I'm wondering if it was the just the habit, let's say, of using this excerpt culture also being used in the application of law or in the production of law, or if you can say anything about that.
Yeah, I'll just say quickly that, of course, in Roman law, before the late antique codifications, the way Roman law works is individual laws being issued by the emperor, usually responsibly, and sent out into the world as individual laws. And the compiled law code is a very late entrant into the world of Roman law. So I tend to look at late antique and early medieval codes like the barbarian law codes as probably the same phenomenon, that there's an underlying iterative process of individual legislation, which we don't have evident the remains of, and then the manuscripts simply preserve the book form of law. But probably the way in which most people encountered law was actually individual laws, probably in isolation from one another.
Thank you very much. We will unfortunately have to stop this very interesting conversation to switch to our next presenter, where are you? I don't see you. Josh, hello,
Is it me
Josh.
next? Yeah, I thought, yeah.
So, welcome to Josh Werrett, dear colleague of mine in the ERC Romana and a postdoctoral research fellow, so in the said ERC-funded Romana project at the Hebrew University, where his work examines the interactions between the classical and Christian traditions in late antiquity, mostly through the lens of Greek and Latin epic poetry. He previously did his doctoral work at St. John's College, Oxford, where he wrote an edition and commentary on a late antique alchemical text, The Visions of Zosimus of Panopolis, which will be out soon at Oxford University Press, Josh, if I'm not mistaken.
Next year, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
So the floor is yours.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sabrina. And yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to the conference today. It's a real shame that we can't do it in person, but this is a very good second best. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping you can see the screen. Okay. I assume somebody would have mentioned. If you could, yeah, fine, perfect. The exchange of knowledge in Egypt in the early imperial period, as Greek, Roman, Judeo-Christian, and indigenous cultures met, resulted in a plethora of fascinating syntheses. The most well-known of these involved the syncretism of religious figures, such as Hermanubis, who combined Greek and Egyptian psychopomps, and who was mentioned by the likes of Plutarch and Porphyry, as well as the amalgamation of, broadly conceived, Greek philosophy, Christian mysticism, and Egyptian religion, to create the mysterious late antique philosophical movement known as Hermeticism. A lesser-known synthesis of Greek scientific philosophy, Egyptian metallurgical techniques, and Judeo-Christian religious influence is the advent of alchemy, the pseudoscientific practice of attempting to turn base materials into precious metals. Greek alchemy flourished in Egyptian intellectual hubs, the likes of Alexandria, Hermopolis, and especially Panopolis, around the start of the 4th century CE, before experiencing something of a lull. We have many commentaries on earlier texts from this period, but nothing particularly new being written. That all changes, however, in the early 7th century. Under the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius, interest in alchemical literature and the production of alchemical literature explodes. Around this time, and in the centuries immediately following it, alchemy seems to have enjoyed something of a vogue, where increased interest in the discipline shifted public perception of alchemy from occultic magic fraught with suspicion of charlatanry to an accepted discipline, widely discussed in even the highest imperial courts. Under Heraclius, Greco-Egyptian alchemical literature traveled to Constantinople on a large scale, being copied, translated, epitomized, commented upon, and collated into large manuscript collections. New recipes and inventive works of alchemical literature were also composed in the early 7th century. One need only look to the 4 critically significant alchemical poems, a new medium for the discipline, which were transmitted under the names of Heliodorus, Theophrastus, Hierotheos, and Archelaus, and which could also be dated to this period. Further, and perhaps most strikingly, the Emperor Heraclius himself appears as an important figure in the Marcianus Graecus 299 manuscript, the manuscript containing the earliest compilation of alchemical texts. Stephanus of Alexandria dedicated the last of his lectures, entitled On the Great and Sacred Art of Making Gold, to the Emperor Heraclius, and the Codex mentions on its contents page 3 alchemical works actually attributed to the emperor himself, and you can see his name underlined in 3 texts on the screen. Although these texts are no longer extant, and thus very little can be known about them, the fact that the Byzantine tradition regarded the emperor himself as sufficiently interested in alchemy that he wrote, or perhaps more likely commissioned, 3 alchemical treatises is telling as to the resurgence of interest in the discipline in the Byzantine emperor's court in this period. The Byzantine elite of the time of Heraclius were not simply taking a passive interest in alchemical literature, but were composing their own with astonishing literary inventiveness. In this talk, I'd like to explore less the manner by which alchemical literature and knowledge came to be transmitted into the Byzantine world, but rather a strange byproduct which this transmission brought into effect. That byproduct is a simple historical claim, which appears to have been generated at around this time, the start of the 7th century CE, a claim to which the vast majority of scholarship on the history of ancient alchemy inevitably refers at some point. The claim is that the Roman Emperor Diocletian, who ruled at the turn of the 3rd and 4th century CE, anxious about the power of indigenous Egyptians to create gold and silver at will, ordered for all books on alchemical practices to be burned. This claim first appears in the work of the early 7th century Byzantine historiographer John of Antioch, who wrote a chronicle of world history from Adam to the death of the Emperor Phocas in 610, and he therefore wrote in the imperial court of the Emperor Heraclius, and you can see John of Antioch's text on the screen now. It is, I think, perhaps unsurprising that so many scholars uncritically accept the account as fact. After all, Diocletian's rule ushered in a time of long-awaited political and economic stability after the so-called crisis of the 3rd century, which included revolts against imperial rule in Egypt, as well as numismatic debasement and subsequent inflation. Upon closer inspection of the historical claim, however, the notion that Diocletian destroyed alchemical knowledge in Roman Egypt quickly reveals itself to be an untenable position. So, having established this claim, I'd like to go through why I think it couldn't possibly have taken place historically, and then posit why exactly I think it appeared at the time when alchemical knowledge was being transmitted into the Byzantine world. Diocletian's economic reforms in Egypt provide a useful contextual framework for understanding why later authors might have imagined him as precisely the kind of emperor who would seek to suppress alchemy, even if the historical evidence is ultimately lacking. Although modern scholarship has started to suggest that the economic realities of the 3rd century crisis may not have been as severe as has been traditionally accepted, it cannot be denied that Diocletian inherited a range of economic problems from his predecessors. The most relevant of these problems was the debasement of precious metals, which had reached a tipping point with regards to the value of imperial currency by the latter decades of the 3rd century CE. By the end of the reign of the Emperor Gallienus, so about 16-ish years before the ascension of Diocletian, following successive debasements, the precious metal content of the Antonianus had fallen to as low as about 2.5%, contributing to rampant inflation and the collapse of confidence in silver currency across the empire. Within this context, Diocletian's concern over metal purity and the manipulation of precious metals becomes clear. The Alexandrian mints and the Panoplite alchemical workshops, with their sophisticated techniques of amalgam silvering and creating silver and gold at will, posed a serious danger. For an emperor committed to restoring monetary stability, the prospect that metallurgical, indeed alchemical, expertise could be used to counterfeit value or undermine imperial control of currency would have been deeply troubling. And this would have been especially the case given Diocletian's experiences in Egypt in the early years of his rule, namely the revolt of Domitius Domitianus in 296 CE, the revolt mentioned by John of Antioch, in which Domitianus declared himself emperor and ordered Alexandrian mints to strike coins with his name and his face on them. Diocletian ultimately came to Egypt himself, and having besieged Alexandria for 8 months, conquered the revolt in early 297. A portion of Diocletian's economic reform is preserved in the Code of Theodosius, which is on the screen now. It's obvious that the creation of imperial coinage beyond the regulations imposed by Diocletian upon mints would have been met with severe punitive action. Paired with Diocletian's introduction of a unified imperial monetary system, as well as standardizations of weight-enforced coins, across all imperial mints, and the increased circulation of the numus, a copper-silver alloy coin, these economic reforms reveal an emperor deeply invested in the regulation of metals and metallurgy. Having said that, it is precisely the clarity and visibility of Diocletian's genuine economic interventions which complicates our original claim, the claim of John of Antioch. His reforms left abundant administrative, legal, and numismatic traces. The absence of any comparable decree or legal reference concerning alchemy suggests that the association between Diocletian and the destruction of alchemical literature is better understood as a Byzantine legend, rather than as a record of an actual historical event. In addition to Diocletian's attempts to restore the empire to its former glory through administrative and economic reform, the emperor also initiated a series of severe religious persecutions. The most obvious of Diocletian's acts concerning the religious life of the Roman Empire is obviously his initiation of the so-called Great Persecution. This persecution, primarily against Christians throughout the empire, was kickstarted by the co-emperors Diocletian and Gallienus in 303 CE, and constituted an 8-year-long process involving the destruction of Christian places of assembly, the burning of Christian scripture, so the destruction of dangerous literature, and the legal inequality of practicing Christians, and then eventually the execution of those who refused to offer sacrifices to the empire and the traditional Roman pantheon. Although Diocletian's destruction of Christian religious texts is not the first example of a large-scale destruction of religious literature in classical antiquity, it is certainly the prime example of book burning in the period of late antiquity. Several stories of Diocletian's ordered destruction of especially Christian and Manichaean texts survive in the works of, for example, Lactantius and Eusebius. But we need look at only one to illustrate this point. The most emotionally charged, I think, of such stories undoubtedly survives in the Passion of Paphnutius, an Egyptian bishop of questionable historicity, whom tradition holds to have been a disciple of Antony the Great. In this text, Arianus, an Egyptian governor, while distributing amidst a crowd copies of the Diocletianic edict to destroy Christian scriptures, encourages a 13-year-old child to sacrifice incense to Apollo and Artemis. The child, however, having been given both incense and a copy of the Diocletianic edict, disobeys Arianus's orders, and he throws the edict onto the fire instead of the incense. In response to this disobedience, you can see that the Roman governor enforces the most severe punishment. Although its relative veracity is of course unknown, it is certainly noteworthy that such an emotive story, in which Diocletian's edict to burn dangerous texts is worshipped by the text's pagan antagonists, and a heroic child is burned alive for his refusal to cooperate with Diocletianic law, this story clearly remained in the Christian imagination for centuries after the death of Paphnutius. It was copied up in several manuscripts and translated into both Coptic and Syriac between the 5th and 10th centuries CE. Again, however, it's noteworthy that every securely attested case of book burning under Diocletian, again, those which persecuted Christians and Manichaeans alike, can be easily grounded in imperial legislation, clearly articulated ideological motivations, and a rich dossier of contemporary and near-contemporary sources that record the events in vivid detail. By contrast, no such decree or narrative tradition survives for alchemy. Given Diocletian's demonstrable willingness to legislate openly and memorably against groups he perceived as religiously or politically dangerous, the complete absence of comparable evidence for an alchemical purge is striking. So, although based on indirect and circumstantial administrative, economic, and religious reform in Diocletian's provinces, it seems at least possible that he would have attempted to destroy alchemical literature. The total absence of any contemporary accounts of the destruction, as well as the continuity and referentiality of alchemical literature but beyond the 3rd century, which we'll look into now, makes the claim highly unlikely. So, it's worth now thinking about the public perception of the alchemical art and its practitioners. If alchemy were met in the early 4th century with suspicion and general aversion, this may bolster a conclusion that Diocletian sought severe restrictions on it, as had been common with magical and magical divinatory astrological practices at various stages of imperial history. This is, however, an impossible question to answer, given the profound absence of evidence. The first external testimony to alchemy comes from the Neoplatonic philosopher Proclus, writing from Athens in the middle of the 5th century, so approximately 150 years removed from the time of Diocletian and the kind of peak of alchemical literature in the ancient world. Discussing the human desire to imitate nature, but also the inherent futility of such an endeavor, Proclus criticizes those who claim to make gold as deriving the substance from a composite of other materials, in direct contrast to nature itself, whose creation of gold is unitary. The fact that Proclus is the first external testimony of alchemy seems to suggest that the practice was not well known, and most certainly not in comparison to disciplines which may serve as relevant comparanda, so things like magic and divination on the one hand, and medicine, pharmacology, and geometry on the other. On the basis of this apparent absence of any non-alchemical reference to the subject until the late 5th century CE, it seems evident that the discipline enjoyed relative obscurity, even amongst those uninitiated into its mysteries. And indeed, such secrecy amongst practitioners and such mystery surrounding the practice in general is a major theme throughout Greco-Egyptian alchemical literature. Thus, even given the likelihood that Diocletian travelled to Panopolis in the late 290s, following his quashing of the aforementioned revolt of Domitius Domitianus, it's highly likely, that neither Diocletian nor any other imperial administrators within Egypt would have even been aware that alchemy was being practiced inside the temples of the Thebaid. And this would obviously add to the notion that the emperor's attempted purge of alchemical texts is not an historical fact. In investigating the claim of Diocletian's destruction of alchemical literature with the use of the alchemical sources themselves, the work of Zosimus of Panopolis is paramount. Not only because of the details he gives about the social reality of alchemical practice, but also because he seemingly wrote either during or just after the period of Diocletian's rule. As a result, if the destruction did indeed take place, one would certainly expect Zosimus himself to mention either the destruction or his own troubles in accessing the written materials of his alchemical predecessors, which would have been destroyed. In all of the available evidence, however, this is simply not the case. In addition to no reference in Zosimus's corpus to the destruction of alchemical texts, there is also no reference to his struggling to access previously circulated alchemical material. In fact, the case is quite the opposite. Literary referentiality is a notable motif in the work of the Panopolite alchemist, as it is in the alchemical literary corpus as a whole. And Zosimus, frequently cites alchemical, philosophical, and theological authorities. Again, to analyze just a single demonstrative example, Zosimus describes a moment in the house of his disciple Theosebea, when he sees a culinary instrument in her kitchen, which he wishes immediately to incorporate into his own alchemical practice. Curious as to whether or not this particular instrument may have been discussed by previous alchemical authors, Zosimus's first action is to consult written texts. More widely, Greco-Egyptian alchemical literature is replete with references to the libraries, texts, and quotations of both mythical and historical authorities. Access to these texts is never considered to be problematic. Again, the case is quite the opposite. It thus seems highly unlikely that a large-scale destruction of alchemical literature did in fact take place in the late 3rd or early 4th century CE. So, no aspect of contemporary evidence, from the economic to the administrative to the legal to the transmission and style of alchemical literature, points in any way to a destruction of texts of the sacred art under Diocletian. Given, then, the apparent unlikelihood that Diocletian did in fact order for alchemical texts to be destroyed, the question remains, why did John of Antioch invent the claim? Here, we return to the original claim, and we return to the apparent renaissance of Greco-Egyptian alchemy and the vogue which it appears to have enjoyed in the imperial court of Heraclius. With this in mind, the legend of Diocletian's destruction of alchemical literature may be explained primarily on the basis of a desire to justify the renaissance of Greco-Egyptian alchemy by presenting it as a distinctly Christian practice, highlighting an, albeit apocryphal, similar history of quasi-martyrological persecution to those of the Christian faith. In this way, the work of John of Antioch reveals more about Byzantine attitude toward alchemy and Byzantine attitudes on the necessity to justify knowledge transmission than it does about Diocletianic policy itself. The legend of book burning functions here not as an historical report grounded in contemporary evidence, but as a retrospective, interpretative framework shaped by later Christian and imperial concerns. It is, in my opinion, ultimately exceedingly unlikely that Diocletian ordered for the destruction of alchemical literature. Rather, the legend is an opportunistic tool in support of a resurgent interest in the alchemical arts within the Heraclean imperial court. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Josh.
Thank you.
I have heard an earlier version of this, and I enjoyed the second one even more.
Good.
I now open the floor to questions. Graham?
Yeah, thanks very much for that. That was really interesting. I was just while you were giving the first part of your presentation on Diocletian's interest in monetary reform and so forth. I was just sort of thinking about how in Malachi, God is called a refiner and purifier of silver, and I was just sort of obviously in the Old Testament there are lots of examples of fire and purification and trial by fire as purification. I just wonder whether you think that one could actually draw a line from Diocletian as coinage reformer to sort of by extension being the sort of locus where you would put a story about sort of, purging books by fire.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think so there definitely is a connection that the alchemists draw between kind of themselves as craftsmen, themselves as people who use tools to create things. They use fire to temper metals, and religious stories, both kind of in terms of Genesis and a story of creation. But also more kind of apocalyptic stories where fire is brought in as this kind of dangerous thing. I mean, with Diocletian specifically, there isn't really much. Again, the alchemical sources never mention Diocletian at all. So there's nothing that I can imagine that they would think of a kind of connection being drawn between Diocletian and any kind of religio-philosophical story which kind of backed up their own idea of what alchemy is and what alchemy does. There is, interestingly, in the Gnostic Gospel of Philip, I think, a statement that God is a dyer, D-Y-E-R, and God takes things which are not kind of nice colors and performs different things on them, and then they become good colors, things like gold and pure gold and pure white. And yeah, I mean the alchemists take this and absolutely run with it. They're big. So yeah, there is this idea that God is this kind of God himself is a craftsman. God himself is an alchemist, because he takes our souls and changes their color to make us kind of spiritually pure. There is, however, also a flip side to that, which is that the majority of alchemists in Egypt at around the time of Diocletian were specifically Gnostic Christians. And therefore the big kind of act of creating something is not done by God, but is instead done by the demiurge. And it's not kind of thought of as a good thing to have happened, a good kind of creation to have brought about. So yeah, there's a real kind of tension in alchemical circles about whether they feel that alchemy is even the right thing to do. Are they, in one sense, copying God and purifying things, or are they, in another sense, copying the demiurge and creating things which really, really ought not to be created?
Right. Thanks very much.
Now, I don't know if anyone else has a question. If it is not the case, since we are running late and our participants, Scott Bruce from the United States, will think that he's talking at 1:45. I suggest that we interrupt now and
No, there it is. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. All right, and then perfect. Will that suffice?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
So I think most of our participants are back. And I am very happy and excited to introduce Professor Scott Bruce, who teaches medieval history at Fordham University and serves as the executive editor of Traditio, Studies in Ancient and Medieval History, Thought and Religion. He's especially interested in the history of religion and culture in the early Middle Ages. His most recent book, Monasticism and Manuscript Culture in Medieval Europe, Studies in Cluniac History, 900-1200, which was published by Cornell University Press in early 2026. And Professor Bruce, I think that the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
I want to say thank you so much, Sabrina, and for organizing this, and your fellow organizers, and thank you very much to the sponsors and the fellow participants. Forgive me for not showing up before now, due to the time change. I'm in Baltimore, Maryland, and it's early morning here, but I'm very, very happy to be here.
Yes, we are very happy. I just want to mention that we already said to our audience and other speakers that the time change explains that absence.
Thank you. Yes. All right. So between the 2nd and the 8th centuries CE, Christian translators, some well-known and others anonymous, rendered many works of Greek patristic authors into Latin to meet the doctrinal and devotional needs of Western European readers. Although these translations have been maligned or ignored in modern scholarship, these theological and pastoral texts of Greek origin exerted a marked influence on the Latin Christian tradition. The history of the translation of Greek patristics in medieval Europe remains largely unwritten, but an ongoing research initiative called the Lost Patriarchs Project aims to remedy this situation by investigating the impact of Eastern patristic writings in the Latin West through the study of surviving manuscripts and authorial citations. The website at the bottom of the first slide will give you some information about that project. A preliminary sounding of the evidence yields a staggering number of unstudied texts. Over 400 works, written by dozens of Christian Greek authors active in late antiquity, were available to Western readers, in whole or in part, in Latin translations made between the 2nd and the 13th centuries. The goal of this project is the production of an instrument of reference called the Lost Patriarchs, a survey of the Greek fathers in the medieval Latin tradition. And as the word survey suggests, this will not be a typical academic monograph, but rather an alphabetically arranged handbook. It will present a series of concise accounts of the textual transmission and manuscript traditions of the hundreds of works of Greek Christian literature currently lying dormant in the medieval Latin tradition. Well, the reception history of the writings of Gregory of Nazianzus in Latin translation provides an illuminating case study of the modes of transmission that brought the writings of Greek patristic authors to the Latin West. Known as the Christian Demosthenes in the Byzantine tradition, Gregory was the most prolific of the Cappadocian Fathers, a revered group of later 4th century Greek theologians. Gifted both as a rhetorician and as a poet, his literary output included dozens of orations and homilies, almost 250 letters, and over 16,000 lines of verse. In 381, Gregory presided over the Council of Constantinople at the end of his brief and tumultuous tenure as the Archbishop of the imperial capital. That's 380 to 381. His reputation as a champion of Nicene orthodoxy earned him the revered title of the theologian at the Council of Chalcedon in 451, a legacy enshrined in the 2 early medieval accounts of his life in Greek, the first written in the 7th century by Gregory the priest, and the second around the year 900 by Nicetas David Paphlagon. A barometer of his authority in the Byzantine tradition was the fact that his name was cited more frequently in Greek literature, in Christian Greek literature, than that of any other author. A lavishly illustrated 10th century manuscript of his homilies, depicted in this slide and the one before, produced in Constantinople for Emperor Basil I by the Patriarch Photios, attests to Gregory's prestige and popularity in the highest echelons of Byzantine society before the end of the first millennium. Unfortunately, the rich and robust inheritance of Gregory's finely wrought prose and poetry was almost completely lost on Latin Christians, who had no access to the abundance and virtuosity of his literary nachlass in Greek. Instead, they only knew this Cappadocian father as through a glass darkly, owing to the efforts of a handful of late antique authors and translators who promoted Gregory's sanctity and rendered a thin sliver of his writings into Latin for the benefit of Western audiences. This paper will examine three aspects of this Greek patriarch's reception history in late antique and early medieval Europe. First, it will show how Jerome of Stridon was instrumental in delineating what Latin readers knew about the character and career of Gregory by composing a portrait of him in his serial biography of Christian authors called De Viris Illustribus on illustrious men. Despite its brevity, Jerome's portrait of the patriarch was a primary resource for knowledge about Gregory's life and writings in the West. The second part of the paper will catalog the Latin translation of 9 of Gregory's orations made by Rufinus of Aquileia. This was a meager harvest from a fertile field, but the popularity of this small corpus among Western readers, from Augustine in the 4th century to Florus of Lyon in the 9th century, reveals an audience that was hungry for even the barest scraps of Gregory's writing in Latin. The paper concludes by exploring an overlooked channel of indirect transmission that carried fragments of this Greek patriarch's works to Northern Europe. That is, a 6th century Latin translation of the Acts of the Council of Ephesus from 431, into which excerpts from one of Gregory's letters had been read aloud as part of a suite of patristic authors marshaled to condemn heretical doctrines. As we'll see, later readers like Alcuin of York made use of these conciliar acta as florilegia of Greek patristic texts carefully curated to support Orthodox belief. Taken together, these Latin translations lacked the rhetorical sophistication of Gregory's original compositions in Greek and represented only a small sample of his robust corpus of writings. But their reception history in late antiquity and early medieval Europe demonstrates that this 4th century Greek patriarch had considerable purchase among Western readers, despite the fact that they had very little information about his character and career before the 9th century. Reading audiences in Western Europe learned what little they knew about the life and writings of Gregory of Nazianzus primarily from the testimony of Jerome, whose knowledge of the man was intimate and personal. After departing Antioch in 379 or 380, Jerome had studied scripture under this Cappadocian father during his sojourn in Constantinople, which ended with his departure for Rome in 382. Gregory's residence in the imperial capital during this period may have been one of the draws that brought Jerome to the city after his disillusioning experience in the Syrian desert, but his motivations remain uncertain. It's clear, however, that Jerome's time as a satellite in Gregory's orbit was both formative and generative. His proximity to the prelate brought him into contact with some of the most important Greek Christian intellectuals of his generation, including the Cappadocian bishops Gregory of Nyssa and Amphilochius of Iconium. Gregory may have been responsible for introducing Jerome to the writings of Origen, which inspired the latter's short-lived ambition to translate the vast corpus of his exegetical works into Latin. This grand design was ultimately frustrated due to Jerome's acute eye pain caused by excessive reading and a lack of funds to hire the stenographers necessary to complete the job efficiently. Even so, long after Jerome's departure from Constantinople, Origen's exegesis would have a profound influence on the method and content of his own biblical commentaries throughout the rest of his life. Informed by his familiarity with the Cappadocian father, Jerome's depiction of Gregory of Nazianzus in his collective biography, De Viris Illustribus, played a determining role in shaping his perception in the Latin West. Following a pattern familiar from other entries in this influential work, Jerome began by characterizing Gregory with a few choice words and phrases. Most importantly, he was a man of exceptional eloquence and Jerome's instructor in scripture. There followed a litany of the titles of many of Gregory's literary works in prose and in verse, which included orations in praise of poverty and virginity, diatribes against the Arian heretic Eutychius and the pagan emperor Julian, and a treatise on the Holy Spirit. The entry concluded with praise for the elevated style of his Greek oratory, a remark about his abdication to the bishopric of Constantinople, and reference to his death 3 years previously in 390. Much of this information would have had little purchase to Western readers in Europe, however, particularly the section of Gregory's writings in Greek, which were not accessible to an audience limited to Latin. Rather, the power of this portrait was emblematic. Gregory was worthy of respect for two reasons. First, he was the most eloquent prelate of his age, and second, he served as the instructor in Scripture to the most important authority on the Latin Bible in the late ancient church, Jerome himself. Well, despite his acrimonious relationship with his erstwhile friend Jerome, Rufinus of Aquileia shared his respect for Gregory of Nazianzus. At the very end of the 4th century, about 15 years after the composition of Jerome's De Viris Illustribus, Rufinus rendered 9 of Gregory's 45 orations into Latin. These were part of a suite of translations of Greek devotional texts that Rufinus undertook to provide precepts for Christian living at the request of his recently converted friend Apronianus and his wife Avita. The prologue to this translation of Gregory's orations provides a richer and more laudatory account of the Cappadocian father's career than the laconic entry in De Viris Illustribus. From it, we learn the following. Gregory was brought up in a Christian household. He studied in Athens, where he preserved his treasured chastity. He balked at his ordination, but aided by a vision and prayer, he abandoned a career in oratory and devoted himself to the church. He succeeded his father as the bishop of Nazianzus, and he came to Constantinople as a champion of orthodoxy in the Nicene spring that followed the death of the Arian emperor Valens in 378. But he departed public life soon thereafter. Rufinus was emphatic in his praise for Gregory's orations, despite his mindfulness that his Latin translation diminished the original eloquence. He wrote, "Read this man then without scruple, realizing, however, that the necessity of translation obscures not a little his resplendent glory in Greek." Rufinus's Gregorian Florilegium for Apronianus comprised 9 orations on a range of themes, some universal and others topical. The collection began with Gregory's lengthy justification for having fled when ordination was imposed upon him by his father. There followed a set of more conventional sermons on Christmas, the baptism of Christ, and the Feast of Pentecost. Next came a series of orations concerning episcopal responses to crises and hardships drawn from the career of Gregory and his father, including the threat posed by episcopal rivals, the tyranny of local rulers, the reconciliation of bishops and monks, and the management of natural disasters, in this case, a hailstorm that had devastated local crops. The collection closed with a theological refutation of the Arian heresy. From this suite of writings, Apronianus and other readers could fortify their knowledge of the faith, while also drawing general lessons about episcopal conduct from the examples of pastoral challenges culled from Gregory's personal experience. The manuscript tradition of the 9 orations in Latin provides eloquent testimony to their appeal for Western medieval readers. The earliest exemplars date from the 9th and 10th centuries, but Gregory's popularity soared after the turn of the first millennium. Between the 10th and the 15th centuries, no fewer than 150 manuscripts of his Latin orations survive. The absence of early manuscript witnesses masks the fact that Rufinus's translation found an immediate audience around the Mediterranean rim. It's perhaps unsurprising that the earliest known reader of these orations in Latin was a fellow bishop, who had also wrestled with doctrinal controversy and the burdens of his office. Augustine of Hippo. Writing towards the end of his life in the 420s, the Bishop of Hippo marshaled Gregory's authority as a pillar of orthodoxy in his refutation of the Pelagian bishop Julianus, who had denied original sin. In his treatise Contra Julianum, and again in a second work against Julianus, left unfinished at the end of Augustine's life in 430, we find the Bishop of Hippo evoking Gregory as, quote, "a famous bishop of great reputation and the highest renown from the East, a man whose statements, deservedly popular, were translated into Latin and have become famous everywhere." With Rufinus's translation in hand, Augustine called almost 20 excerpts from 5 of Gregory's orations for inclusion in his refutations of Julianus. Time and again, as Father Joseph Lienhardt has shown, Augustine, quote, "Augustine finds passages in Gregory that support his teaching on the effects of original sin and show that it is the teaching of all the Orthodox fathers." Although Western readers only had access to a small portion of his writings in Latin translation, Gregory's reputation as an authoritative representative of Nicene orthodoxy endured undiminished after the age of Augustine. A measure of his importance in Latin reading communities was the inclusion of his name among the 12 Holy Fathers, 6 Latin and 6 Greek, listed in an early 6th century inventory of sanctioned and suspect books. Known as the Decretum Galasianum because it was written in the form of a decretal falsely attributed to Pope Gelasius I, this inventory was widely read in early medieval Europe. The cumulative endorsements of Gregory by such luminaries of the faith as Jerome, Rufinus, Augustine, and Pseudo-Gelasius constructed an image of the bishop as a champion of correct belief that attracted the attention of theologians and exegetes in the Carolingian period. And chief among them was Florus of Lyon. Master of the cathedral school at Lyon, Florus was an ambitious author and compiler of patristic texts. His most enduring work was a Florilegium of almost 4,000 extracts from the writings of Augustine on the letters of the Apostle Paul, which survives in dozens of manuscripts. Related to this enterprise, he also compiled several less successful Florilegia of extracts from other church fathers who'd commented on Paul's correspondence, including Jerome and Gregory the Great. Florus's attention to the writings of Gregory of Nazianzus was unparalleled among his contemporaries. Thanks to his tendency to annotate texts as he read them, scholars have identified around 40 manuscripts that passed through Florus's hands among the 100 or so known to have been in the cathedral library in early 9th century Lyon. Among them was a manuscript containing 4 of Gregory's orations. This is Lyon Bibliothèque Municipale 599. Produced around the year 800, this book was one of the 5 known codices that Archbishop Liudrat donated to the cathedral library before his death in 814. Florus quarried this manuscript and others like it for raw material related to 2 works of textual bricolage that highlighted the writings of Gregory, although with very limited success. The first was a collection of excerpts of 12 church fathers, who had offered interpretations of Paul's letters. This is the Collectio. Florus devoted a chapter of this Florilegium to 39 passages drawn from 6 of Gregory's Latin orations, but its reach was short. It's extant in only 2 manuscripts from the 11th and 12th centuries. The second was a succinct dossier of 13 extracts devoted solely to Gregory and annotated by Florus. This work also failed to find a wide readership. It survives uniquely in a 10th century manuscript from the Abbey of Cluny, and here it is. Despite their lackluster reception, Florus's 2 collections of Gregorian quotations show that interest in the Cappadocian father was on the rise in the 9th century. But to judge by the manuscript evidence, Latin readers evinced a preference for consuming his orations as full courses rather than as bite-sized morsels. Well, as we've seen, Rufinus's translation of 9 of Gregory's orations was the primary conduit for the transmissions of his writings to audiences in medieval Europe. But Latin readers encountered the work of this Cappadocian father through less conspicuous channels as well. The Acta of Eastern Church Councils provided yet another avenue for the migration of Greek patristics to the West, albeit often in a condensed and strictly curated format. In a recent and revelatory study, Thomas Grauman has investigated the production and character of late antique conciliar acta, with attention to the interpersonal negotiations, modes of textual authorization, and notarial expertise that underlay the transformation of the minutes of these robust and sometimes raucous public debates into polished and legally binding records of the events. I can't recommend this book enough. It's very technical, but boy, is it good. Part of this arbitration involved decisions about the positioning of supporting texts in the authorized version of the acta. These included imperial letters of convocation, which always came first in the recognition of their sacred character, as well as extracts from patristic authorities, which were inserted into the protocols at the point in the proceedings where they had been read aloud. In fact, as Grauman shows, over the course of the early Middle Ages, the recitation of supporting documents eventually eclipsed the record of speech acts in the acta, so much so that he says, quote, "The protocols came close to a tapestry of documentary evidence stitched together by only a few narrative seams." The 6th century Latin translation of the Acta of the Council of Ephesus in 431 preserved for Western readers a portion of a letter by Gregory of Nazianzus, his Epistle 101, that was not part of the suite of orations translated by Rufinus. Read into the council records on 2 occasions in support of the orthodoxy of the Nicene Creed, this was one of 2 letters addressed by Gregory in 382 to his friend Clodonius. Both missives were short theological treatises written against the errors of the Apollinarians, who had installed their own bishop in Nazianzus after Gregory failed to fill this episcopal vacancy with his own candidate. Their unwillingness to recognize that Christ had a rational human mind was a key factor of Nicene opposition to them. Over 300 years later, in the last decade of the 8th century, Alcuin of York found inspiration in Gregory's statements about the nature of Christ in the Acta of the Council of Ephesus, as he prepared to dispute yet another dangerous way of thinking about the human nature of Jesus Christ, a heresy known as adoptionism. The adherents of this errant doctrine supported the notion that with respect to his human nature, Christ was naturally the son of a human mother and only adoptively the son of God. The 8th century manuscript of the Latin Acta of Ephesus consulted by Alcuin in Tours is still extant, and it's in the BNF in Paris. Here it is. Remarkably, it has preserved the scribal annotations made by Alcuin, or one of his monks, to demarcate the patristic quotations that he wanted copied for inclusion in his treatise against Felix, including this excerpt from Gregory's Epistle 101. And you can see in the margin there on the lower left-hand side, the letter S has been added by the scribe by Alcuin or one of his monks, which according to Bernard Bischoff means scribe. It's begin writing here to copy it out. And this is the passage from Gregory, which he then goes on to use in his treatise. All right. So for a moment in the middle of the 12th century, Gregory of Nazianzus seemed poised for a renaissance in the medieval West. In the preface of his translation of Plato's Meno, Henry Aristippus, a Greek scholar and archdeacon of Catania, expressed an ambition to render all the Cappadocian Fathers' works into Latin as well. He writes, "By the orders of my Lord William," this is William I, "the most glorious king of Sicily, I was about to translate the works of Gregory of Nazianzus, whose writings number the same as those of Plato of Athens. Unfortunately, this project never came to pass. As a result, Western readers would have to wait until the later 16th century for the publication of sprawling opera omnia editions of Gregory's writings in Latin translation. For a millennium or more, the industry of Rufinus and other anonymous translators in late antiquity dictated the terms under which Western medieval audiences read this 4th century Greek father. But to conclude, this case study of the transmission of Gregory of Nazianzus in the Latin West underscores 3 aspects of his reception history that are shared by many other Greek patristic authors as well. First, in the absence of Western hagiographical traditions about Eastern Christian writers, Latin readers relied heavily on Jerome's De Viris Illustribus, as well as on the prefaces provided by individual translators for information about the character and careers of these revered, yet sometimes obscure, Eastern authors. Second, as Rufinus's translation of Gregory's oration shows, the adaptation of Greek patristics into Latin in late antiquity was always selective and pragmatic, rather than exhaustive and idealistic. The pretensions of Jerome and Henry Aristippus aside, the corpus of Christian literature in Greek was so large and the process of translation so laborious and expensive that Latin translators could only render a small portion of the rich literary production of desirable authors like Gregory and his peers. Lastly, the transmission of Greek patristics to the medieval West was often indirect and surreptitious. The writings of more than half of the Eastern Fathers known to Latin readers in the early Middle Ages were smuggled into Europe as fragmentary excerpts embedded in much longer works, like the Acta of the Council of Ephesus, which ferried the doctrinal statements of Gregory's letter to Clodonius from 4th century Cappadocia to a monastic library in the Loire Valley in the age of Charlemagne. There, Gregory's words found new purchase in the mind of Alcuin, who recognized the value of their ancient authority in contemporary disputes about the nature of Christ. Gregory's translation into Latin and transmission to the West is but one strand of an exceptionally rich tapestry of the reception history of Greek patristics, which we've only just begun to unravel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that talk, Scott. It was really, really interesting. I will ask the first question.
Sure.
So, first of all, I really enjoyed the fact that your paper on a specific author is a reflection, as you say, of a larger trend through which the Greek fathers are transmitted through three channels. And I have two short questions. The first one is regarding Rufinus, who never ended up having the popularity of Jerome.
Right.
And I was wondering whether his preface and his translation, how did it have an influence on his status and his own reception and his credentials and authority? That's my first question. And my second question was a question that you might expect, which is, did these prefaces travel independently, like some of the De Viris Illustribus vignettes?
It's a really, really good question. So the only issue with Rufinus, with respect to Gregory Nazianzus, is Gregory is I chose Gregory in part as the case study for the talk today because in the course of working on this massive survey, I'm still finishing my entries on the ante-Nicene Fathers, and which I hope to have done this summer, which represents about a third of the work. And now I'm projecting ahead to the fourth century fathers, and whose dossiers can be very, very complicated. So if I'd chosen to talk about Chrysostom, for instance, there's no end to Chrysostom. But Gregory seemed very manageable. But what I discovered, of course, and so partly I use talks like this in order to acquaint myself with these dossiers, and and learn them in preparation for doing this writing I have to do. But one of the things that's so striking about the reception of Gregory of Nazianzus is the degree to which, and I don't have an explanation for this, and I haven't done the manuscript research, is the degree to which his popularity explodes after the first millennium. That these things go from being, I think there's only 6 or 7 copies before the year 1000, and those are the basis for the CSEL edition of them, and is one of the very few works of Greek patristics in Latin for which we actually have a critical edition. A good one, but afterwards there's virtually no work done on those 150 manuscripts. So there's that follow after the year 1000. What I can tell you is that some of them must be separate from the preface. The preface probably doesn't accompany many of them. Although the reason that Rufinus wrote such a robust preface about Gregory's career is that he had to provide some kind of context for the Apologeticus, which is the very first oration in the collection, which is the one that actually people seem to really like because it's arguing for the dignity of the priesthood and the fact that people who are unworthy to become priests shouldn't become priests. And so perhaps and that must be tied into its later popularity. But I have not done the manuscript work to know. I mean, I know that from the earliest manuscript, the manuscript that the Archbishop left in Tours only had 4 of the 9 orations. So we know that people packaged them and collected the ones they wanted. But whether the preface was always with them and whether it traveled independently, it in a sense played the role of an entry in Jerome's De Viris Illustribus, because even though Jerome knew Gregory personally, he didn't. It's like he was almost purposefully obfuscating, and he just didn't. It's like he didn't really provide anything that was useful for a Western audience who couldn't have known his works in Greek. And well, we know, we've had this conversation about those excerpts, those little biographies that do travel and actually are useful. His does not seem to have accompanied Gregory's writings in any of the manuscripts that I know about, which would have been interesting. But I think Rufinus's preface does a better job, in part because he wants to provide context for Gregory's reluctance to take the ministry.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
I hope that helps.
Yeah, that does help. Anyone else wants to ask a question? Graham?
Yeah, thanks very much for that. I learned a lot from that. I just wanted to ask, in Gennadius's De Viris Illustribus entry on Rufinus, he sort of goes on a bit of a excursus on sort of who translated what from Greek into Latin, and he has this passage right after he mentions Gregory. He has this brief passage where he says that some translations don't have a preface, and those ones aren't
Oh,
by
wow.
and he says those ones aren't by Rufinus, rather they're by some other translator who chose not to identify himself.
Very
And
interesting.
I just wondered what you thought about, as part of your larger project. I mean,
Mhm.
so many translations are anonymous, right?
Yes.
But some of them are ascribed to authors. So can you just comment, like, this isn't a leading
Yeah.
question. Like, I have no idea what the answer is. I mean,
No,
but
no, no. Well, it's clear I
can,
didn't. I mean, I didn't. It's funny. I looked at Jerome for this, and I didn't even think of looking at Gennadius on Rufinus for this because I didn't think it would. It just didn't even occur to me. So I'll go back. Also, the picture I presented of this reception history is greatly simplified by the fact that we're dealing with 20 minutes of time, and so there's an anonymous translator of the 6th century. It can't be the person referenced by Gennadius, but there is an anonymous translator in the later 6th century who, in the context of the three chapters controversy, independently translates these two letters to Cladonius, and as well as one or two other orations and a poem of Gregory of Nazianzus. These start to appear in the manuscript tradition in the 9th century, but there's only about a dozen copies, and they're mixed. Like some appear some places, some appear others. There's an argument that they're all by the same person, but that person's anonymous. So it's a much more difficult story to tell, and there's almost no kind of reception. Like we can follow the manuscripts, and you might be able to make some inferences about how they're packaged in those manuscripts and with what other texts. But it was too complicated to bring it to introduce it and then not do anything with it in the talk today. So there are other independent, anonymous translations made of Gregory's work, um, but none of them have the impact of Rufinus. Um, and so the problem of the anonymous translator is huge because the history is, the history, this reception history it's gathered around, a couple of different moments of very vigorous translation. One is obviously with Rufinus, the others with Cassiodorus, and the and it's really really hard to tell the story of these anonymous translators when we can't contextualize them at all. And so we have to do that from the manuscripts and how they're used rather than trying to create this context. Although the three chapters controversy seems to have resulted in a number of different translations coming out of Rome, or that seem to have happened in and around Rome. And some of those early manuscripts are really fascinating. I just don't know enough about them I actually omitted a part of the talk where I talked a little bit about them because for the sake of time, but I don't know very much about them. But now I absolutely have to go back to Gennadius. The other moment, I mean, is similarly in the 6th century. We have Maximus the Confessor writing we have the I can't remember if he's writing them. I guess he's writing them in the 6th century. These ambigua, the explanations of the difficulties of the church fathers, and he devotes a certain amount of space to Gregory's writings. Those get translated into Latin in the 9th century by John Scotus Erigena, and that's another part of this paper that really has to be written, and hopefully the space will allow it to be included in the published version because I just focused on the church council because it was very discreet and easy to talk about. So yeah, there's a lot more complex stuff going on here, and the problem of the anonymous authors that you highlight is absolutely one of them. But thank you so much for directing my attention to Gennadius because I would have overlooked it completely thinking, oh, well, Jerome has written about Gregory. I didn't think about Gennadius writing about Rufinus translating Gregory, so that's great.
Yeah.
I'm very,
All
very
right, thanks
pleased.
very much.
You bet. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you so much. And we're very happy to have a glimpse of that huge work that you are accomplishing right now. So,
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You'll hear about it endlessly, unfortunately. But I really appreciate it. Thank
somebody
you.
else has a question?
Mhm.
Running through the audience. Then I think that for all the brave people who woke up really early on a Sunday again, it's time to reach some conclusions. And for this, we are very happy to listen to Yitzhak Chen, who is, as everybody knows, an historian of late antiquity and the early Middle Ages, the director of the Israel Institute for Advanced Studies, His research focuses on the social, cultural, and intellectual history of the post-Roman barbarian kingdoms of the early medieval West, Western liturgy, early medieval Latin paleography, and codicology. He has, of course, published many articles and several books, among which Culture and Religion in Merovingian Gaul, The Sacramentality of the Echternach, The Royal Patronage of Liturgy in Frankish Gaul to the Death of Charles the Bold, Roman Barbarians, the Royal Court and Culture in the Early Medieval West. Thank you very much, Itzik, for joining us and drawing the conclusions of our papers.
Thank you, Sabrina, and thank you. Well, I'm welcoming you at the Israel Institute for Advanced Studies, where this conference should have taken place. But unfortunately, the circumstances are not in favor of us, so we had to have it on Zoom. But I haven't given up on the idea of bringing you all together here sometime in the future, maybe a follow-up conference, and all those who spoke today, my promise will bring you over to the Institute at one point or another. And please, all the
speakers. This was just an epitome. You can regrow it into a larger conference in the future.
It can be a larger conference. More, and Sabrina, talk to me later. We'll see what we can make out of it. And the last point is that please, all the speakers, leave your home address with Sabrina and more. We would like to send you a small token from the Institute. You would have gotten it anyhow if you were here, but we'll send it to you to your home address. Okay, to the conclusion. It's the most difficult things to do, to write a conclusion to so many fantastic paper, and I really cannot do justice to all the splendid ideas that these dazzling papers raised today. But I will try to make some general comments and highlights a few points as I see them, which are related to the transmission of knowledge in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages as they come up from the papers. And there are a lot of common points in these papers, but as always, I like to begin with Umberto Eco and The Name of the Rose, which presents the medieval library not as a secure repository of knowledge, but as a site in which transmission is fragile, obstructed, and contingent upon acts of selection, concealment, and interpretation. Knowledge survives there only in fragments, mediated by those who control access to texts and shaped by the conditions under which it is read, copied, and repurposed. This library portrayal captures with unusual precision a central problem explored in our workshop today, that the transmission of knowledge in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages was neither continuous nor complete, but instead was characterized by interruption, adaptation, and reconstruction. The papers presented today demonstrate that what was transmitted was rarely the text in its entirety, but rather excerpts, reconfigurations, and strategically mobilized fragments shaped by material constraints and intellectual agendas alike. The transmission of knowledge in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages was not a passive relay of static ideas, but a dynamic, often radical process of reconstruction. The papers collectively demonstrate what might be termed the literacy of imperfect knowledge, a condition in which the scarcity of material, the labor of transcription, and the shifting needs of diverse audiences necessitated a systematic strategy of fragmentation, selective appropriation, and creative reinterpretation. Whether through the bite-sized morsels of Greek patristic in the West, the structural intervention of medieval scribes, or the opportunistic invention of historical legends, the sources reveal that the original text was often less important than the pragmatic uses to which its fragments were put. So let me outline a few points that I think are extremely important. And the first one is the materiality of scarcity and the rise of excerpt culture. At the heart of this inquiry lies the realization that full access to ancient corpora was an ideal, whereas fragmentary access was the lived reality. As Graham pointed out, the material constraints of the early medieval world, scarcity of copies, the high cost of scribes, and geographic isolation gave rise to a systematic excerpt culture. This was not a failure of preservation, but a deliberate literary strategy for managing scarcity. Reading became a process of textual bricolage, a word that you are using. I rarely use that word, in which brief readings were prioritized so that an idea could be recovered in the memory without the effort required by extensive and potentially overwhelming texts. This structural need for brevity is perhaps best exemplified in the transmission of Gregory Nazianzus, as we have seen by, as demonstrated by Scott, sorry. Gregory left a vast corpus of poetry and oratory that was almost entirely unavailable to Latin Christendom. Instead, they knew him as through a glass darkly, that's your expression, Scott, through a thin layer of 9 orations translated by Rufinus of Aquileia. This meager harvest was not due to a lack of interest. On the contrary, Western readers from Augustine to Florus of Lyon were hungry for even the barest scraps of his writings. Transmission was dictated by the labor-intensive nature of translation, meaning that adaptation was necessarily selective and pragmatic rather than exhaustive. The second point is the structuring authority or the scribe as a co-author or co-actor. The papers we have just heard further demonstrate that the material form of the book continually reshaped the text. Sabrina Ciccolini's study of Augustine and Heridion reveals a discrepancy between the author's intent and the reader's need. Augustine rejected the question and answer format requested by his correspondent Laurentius, choosing instead to provide an organic, systematic exposition. However, later scribes effectively realized Laurentius' original request by dividing the text into capitula. And the M-series capitula, which Letitia was focusing on, likely originating in late Anglo-Saxon England, functioned as a summary of a summary. These headings were not merely points of reference, they carried specific doctrinal content and allowed hurried readers to access Augustine's complex theology without engaging with a full text. In this context, the scribe or editor became a co-actor in the tradition, mediating the author's authority through material forms and the shape and how knowledge is consumed. Another point is the negotiation of authority, which is content versus a reputation. A recurring theme across the papers is the tension between the immense authority of figures such as Augustine and the actual content of their work. More's analysis of Prosper of Aquitaine and Quodvuldeus of Carthage illustrate how Augustine's closest followers drew upon his authority even while diverging from his theological intent. Augustine revolutionized Christian thought by arguing that the timing of the end of the world was unknowable and by rejecting apocalyptic calculations. Yet, Quodvuldeus, writing in the context of a Vandal exile, reintroduced a unified apocalyptic timeline predicting the end of the world around 500. Strikingly, he quoted Augustine verbatim to foster an impression of intellectual affinity, even while disregarding the allegorical framework Augustine had used to debunk such timelines. Similarly, Prosper of Aquitaine employed millennium calculations, placing the world's end at 800, directly contradicting Augustine's claims. In both cases, Augustine's authority served as a pillar of orthodoxy, but his ideas were selectively interpreted and adapted to suit specific political and historical contexts. Another point is the mediation and indirect channel of the migration of ideas. Knowledge often migrated through indirect and sometimes surreptitious channels rather than through direct transmission. Scott's paper highlights how fragments of Gregory of Nazianzus were effectively smuggled into Europe through the acta of Eastern Church councils. These conciliar records, originally minutes of often contentious debates, were transformed into tapestries of documentary evidence in which patristic extracts were embedded to support orthodox beliefs. Later scholars, such as Alcuin of York, used these acta as florilegia, relying on curated morsels to combat heresies such as adoptionism. This indirect transmission is also central to Yakir's paper on Janus and Jambers. This paper demonstrates that their names and legend traveled through distinct, often unrelated trajectories. In the Babylonian Talmud, they appear as in a cryptic dialogue, serving as a fragment of a long, unstated narrative, likely circulating primarily within an Aramaic magical tradition. Conversely, the Havdalah of Rabbi Akiva adduces a translation of a Syriac magical recipe dependent on the Christian tradition of 2 Timothy. These different trajectories reveal that the literary DNA of a tradition was shaped by the specific milieu, magical, rabbinic, or Christian, through which it passed. And I think I'm arriving to finally the last point I would like to raise is the legend as a tool of legitimation and synthesis. The papers also explore how historical memory was opportunistically reshaped to justify new intellectual or cultural movement. Josh Werett's paper examined the legend that Emperor Diocletian ordered the burning of alchemical books in Egypt, a claim lacking historical evidence yet appearing suddenly in the 7th century. Weretz argues that this functioned as a retrospective interpretative framework designed to present the Byzantine revival of alchemy as a distinctly Christian practice with a history of quasi-martyrological persecution. By framing alchemical knowledge as something the great persecutor sought to destroy, Byzantine authors transformed a suspicious art into a sacred imperial discipline. A similar process of innovation by grafting is evident in the Chronicle of Moses, where Jannes and Jambres are identified as the sons of Bilam. This identification is not found in earlier traditions, but appears as an ad hoc innovation linking the Egyptian sorcerers to the Chronicle's primary antagonists. By reinterpreting the two young men accompanying Bilam in Numbers 22:22 as his sons, the author created a narrative synthesis that intensified the dramatic conflict between Moses and his rivals. So to conclude, the fantastic paper that you've presented today collectively suggest that the transmission of knowledge in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages should not be viewed as a narrative of loss or decay, but rather as a complex, creative, and highly selective process of reinvention. The concept of a literacy of imperfect knowledge provides a powerful lens through which to understand this era. In a world defined by the reality of practical access and the material scarcity of complete codices, reading became a strategic practice of textual formation. This was not merely a passive response to absence, but an active methodology in which brevity was prioritized to facilitate the recovery of ideas in the memory without the burdens of exhaustive study. A profound paradox emerges. The immense authority of the lost patriarchs often grew in direct proportion to the fragmentation of their works. As seen in the reception of Gregory Nazianzus and Augustine, these figures became pillars of orthodoxy precisely because their writings circulated in bits and pieces. This fragmentation allowed medieval readers, from Quod Vuldeus to Alcuin, to harness authorial prestige while simultaneously reshaping theological intent to meet immediate doctrinal and political needs. The scribe and reader thus emerged as a co-actor in the tradition, exercising a degree of agency that blurred the boundary between preservation and composition. Furthermore, the workshop highlights that transmission frequently involved innovation by grafting. Whether through the invention of alchemical book burning or the reconfiguration of biblical genealogies, the past was repeatedly rewritten to legitimize the present. These developments should not be dismissed as errors, but understood as retrospective interpretative frameworks, providing essential cultural scaffolding for new intellectual movements. Ultimately, the workshop reveals an enduring tension between the ideal of the perfect text and the pragmatic necessity of the excerpts. Transmission existed in a state of perfect imperfection in which the closure of a book was never final, but rather an invitation for subsequent readers to supply what is lacking and correct what is incorrect. In this light, the medieval library emerges not as a static repository of ancient wisdom, but as a dynamic laboratory of textual synthesis in which fragments of the past were continually recombined to shape an intellectual identity of the future. And this takes me back to the first book I've ever edited, which is called The Uses of the Past. And more than 30 years have passed since I've edited it, and the same themes really dominates intellectual history of late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. And I'm happy about that because the world, well, what you are doing is nothing like what we could do 30 years ago. So it is, research is progressing. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Itzik. I want to ask the speakers to stay online for a few more minutes so we can just properly discuss what's going to happen next. Yeah, so not everybody is leaving. I'm gonna have to kick some people out.
No, they'll leave unless they fell asleep.
Yeah, hearing your conclusions, I am really sorry I didn't present a paper on Pamphilus and on my book because it was so on point on co-authorship and transmission through anthologies and apology and everything. But you will have to wait for my book. But if we talk about the publication, I will try to add a paper on this also because it's the topic is just so similar and so they converge so much. So before we leave each other, I just want to thank you again and say that we intend to publish these papers because they were wonderful, very interesting papers with a lot of convergences and things. More and I, we had in mind a special issue because it's not such a large number of papers. So I wanted to hear what you think, if you have any suggestions and...
I think, Sabrina, I think that if you'll take all the papers and you'll add a paper of your own, it's too big for a special issue of a journal because normally
Even if I don't have my paper?
Even if you don't have your paper, it's a special issue of a journal, and we have an editor of a very prestigious journal here with us, Scott. You're editing Traditio, isn't it? So I think 4 or 5 papers for a special issue. That's the normal case. If you have more of them, I think you'll have to think about a book. I know of a fantastic series of books that is being published by Brepols, which is called Cultural Encounters in Late Antiquity and the Early Middle Ages. And it's precisely that. But again, if Scott wanted for Traditio, it's his.
Thanks. Yeah, we because we're an annual, and we only have a certain page limit, we've actually not done a thematic strand of articles since 1997. And even then it was only 3. But other groups do, I mean, other journals do it. I mean, Sacris Iridiri does them occasionally. Vigilia Christianii, I think is what it's called, does them occasionally. But we're not limited to Christian history here. So you'd have to find the journal. I'm not sure the Journal of Late Antiquity would do one with so many papers.
Well, that's too much.
But it would, yeah, you'd have to ask. And so I think Zach is right that a book might be the way to go.
So I would say that yes, it would be a good idea to do it at the collection at Brepols. I'll tell you what also.
It sounds fine to me. I'll tell you what the process in our series is. The moment I'll get the entire manuscript of all the papers, we're sending it to an external reader. And according to that report, the board of editors decide upon it. Oh, the board of editors also read it, but they really rely on because there are some late medievalists, there's sitting on the board, they know nothing about Quod Vuldeus, for example, but it's they don't know he even existed. So it's but that's the process. So it will have an external referee, and you'll need it for your procedures and promotions and whatever. And so if you'll decide you want to go on that series, write to me. I'll send you the style sheet so people can, just from the scratch, write their paper according to the style sheet, and we can go through it. Another possibility is a journal. I think, Yaniv, you've just had a special issue with the Journal for Mediterranean History, which is published at Tel Aviv University. and they're desperate for papers. So they might go for a special issue, and they can combine two volumes into one and have a longer special issue. But I think Yaniv have more information about that than I am.
Yeah, they're pretty receptive to that, and they're not very restrictive about the number of papers that they're willing to allow within a certain issue. I think we have 9, and they were okay with that.
Oh,
The only thing is that their schedule is, I mean, it's not gonna, like, even if we start working now, we're gonna see it sometime in 2028.
but that's
Um,
unreasonable.
That's, that I don't know that that's not unreasonable. It's just that we should, if anyone wants to get this out early, then maybe
I have to say that as far as I'm concerned, I would like indeed to get this out early because as Graham and Leticia know, I have tried to publish a collection of articles that has taken ages in another publishing house, which will remain which unsaid. But I think that in any case, wherever we go, it's never going to be published before 28. It doesn't seem
that
to.
that depends how ruthless the editors will be.
Apparently, I'm not ruthless enough.
I guess one other series that just occurs to me is, Liverpool has this translated text for historians context series, which they publish occasional volumes, which are extremely good. And I would just say Liverpool as a press is really very good to work with. Like they're extremely responsive and personal, like in a way that some of the bigger presses have sort of ceased to be. Anyway, it's just a suggestion, but they do very nice volumes.
Okay, so we have a couple of options now.
I think you should go for first. You should go for a university press. For those of you who still need to get promoted, if you'll go for a university press,
Right.
it's better than Breppels, although Breppels had a fantastic reputation.
Yes, I do.
So
Yeah.
that's but
Promotions.
just when it comes to committees and things like that, when it says a university press, it's sounds better.
Graham, do you know what we would, I mean, to get in touch with them, what would they need for first contact?
Yeah, why don't I'll just check because the sort of the contact person is the same person who's the contact for my TTH volume, and I'll just ask for what they need, and then I can send it to you.
That's fantastic.
And if you're going for a volume, so definitely, Sabrina, you should add a paper, and you may want to ask someone else to add a paper,
Yes.
someone who
Yes,
was planning to come and not and
but
couldn't.
I agree with you. On the other hand, that scares me a little bit because out of experience and with my previous volume where I had to add papers, and then it's an endless job, because I'm not.
Well, I know. Well, there are contributors from hell. I know them all. I have a blacklist of them, and I'll never ask them to write a paper. But some people are, quick in replying and are reliable. So think about it. Although I think you have enough
So
papers.
I would like you to send me both your blacklist and your green list, please.
My blacklist is really top secret. If I'll tell you, I'll have to kill you.
May I add, if I could add a quick plug and say that even though Traditio doesn't do these, we don't really do thematic clusters any longer. Any of the papers, any adjacent projects that you are working on that are article length that you would like to send to us, we would be very happy to receive them and consider them. This is exactly the kind of stuff that I like to put in the journal. And so on an individual basis, if there's anything ancillary to what you've done today or complementary to what you've done today, please think of us as a place to possibly publish it.
Okay, so Graham, I will wait to hear from you.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, thank you so much. I'm wishing you a pleasant Sunday, And it was really, really nice to see you all and hear your papers and your contributions. I really, really enjoyed it. And I hope to see you soon in person, wherever, whenever.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you again so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Excellent.
much.
Very much.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye. Bye.